So for those of you who've missed it, this is a fort that we're keeping alive for 1,000 years. Means it's old. But we hit year 100. Which means we are 9.5% done. Today's what? Stream 36. Stream 36, we are 9.5% done. We're about to trade with the dwarves. Or rather, I think we've already traded, so I'm just giving stuff to the dwarves now. I will read out the names of the living dwarves, and if you would like me to check in with your dwarf, please do let me know. Petra, Eternal, Apostle the Second, Horny, Gate Nerd, Mad Hijinks, Omnivore, Aegis, Scrumpet, Slipple, Trash Battery, Pilot Guy, Narvicious, King, Spitalier, Mikawell, Sparkly 4K, Stathatos, Sweet Sparkle Farts, Vocal Fury, Warm Shadow, Jackie, Goats the Third, Pablo, Wave Thrash, Dragon Man, Sui, Voozle Voozle, Hobo, Cryo, Brander Buddy, Eric Shadowblade from YouTube, Hot Cup of Tea, Polking, Cheers Jamie, Belug, Lump, Zapdos, Jellybutt, who's still in prison, Lord Floof, Stone the Third. Also, Lord Floof has grown up, so I need to give you an actual job. Vinsati the Second, Picture Point, Black Hole, Ara, Axon the Second, and Cappy. How's Lump doing? Lumpy Lumpin'. Lump's a pretty good dwarf. Wherever Lump went. What was Lump? I know I read Lump. Where'd Lump go? Oh, there's Lump. Militia Captain. So, Lump, you're like Fortress Wrestling Coach. Like, you're a militia captain and a master wrestler. And whenever a dwarf gets kind of depressed and a dwarf needs, any kind of martial arts training, I just put them in a squad with you and make you train for several years. So literally all you've been doing is training Zapdos, because Zapdos was incredibly depressed, like beyond savable depressed. And now look at this, not even remotely depressed, because he trained wrestling for 2 years alongside of Sensei Lump. I need to figure out what to do with this dwarf. This dwarf is 12, in fact. Lord Floof feels wonder after learning about discourse on nature and belief, and was interested after reading the history of beliefs. You've been reading a lot. What do you like? Do you want to do crafting stuffs, or do you just want to read? Dreams of raising a family? Personally sees family as one of the most important things in life, is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum, and so finds so-called dignified people disgusting. Finds any show of emotion as offensive, treasures leisure time, and thinks it's very important. Doesn't care about nature one way or another, is sloppy with his living space, and generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. You like iron, jelly, opal. Okay, so you know what? We're going to give you metal crafting, furnace operating, and blacksmithing. All of the hauling. All of these. And then just, you know what? We're going to make you into a scholar, because you seem to like reading. If you like reading, you'll probably like pondering. How do we get a swoosh dwarf in here? So the way we get new dwarves in here is when new dwarves show up or when dwarves are born. I make people select a number between 1 and 10 because it is... dwarves are a hot commodity in this fort. It's very difficult to get a dwarf in. If you ask me nicely, I'll name a table after you or something. Gunner Shark, what's up? How's things? Welcome to Srims. But, yeah, it is actually kind of ridiculously hard to get a dwarf in this fort, just because of how few of them they are. And I really want to give everybody a dwarf, but I can only do so much, right? Currently, I'm trying to organize all of these crafts. Yeah, Anti-Depression Wrestling Academy. Depressed? Well then, punch something in the face. It helps. Smile. We did a little bit of spring cleaning yesterday. So a lot of stuff's living down here. And hopefully it'll all get stored down there after they're done hauling out that side spot over there. But, yeah. Before you see about maybe getting another. Yeah, I mean, a few people... Uh-oh. What? Well, there's Pink Fluffy's ghost. I thought that I buried your corpse. What? There's literally a coffin, like, designated to you. Did it not get, you know... I don't know what happened to your body, Pink Fluffy. Hold up. I need to sneeze. Okay. What the fuck happened to your body? Not a zombie ghost, just a ghost. God damn.
Please name one of the dwarves Thug Nasty.
I can't, because I have no dwarves to name. But thanks for the $1. Jesus Christ. Oh. Okay, well, someone's coming to get your body. What the fuck is happening to me? In the future? I can see what I can do, but I don't take requests. So, it's a matter of being here when a dwarf gets born. But I can dedicate this table to you. How's that? You get this table right here on the corner. It says, in fond memory of Thug Nasty. I don't know why you died, but you have a table dedicated to you. It's almost as cool as getting a bench dedicated to you. Can somebody get that room filled, please? And can I please stop having a sneezing fit? I'm not going to name it stripper table. I called it Thug Nasty. I could call it elf table, which is about the same level of class. Can someone come get that corpse plate? Pilot the second? I named your second one Guy rather than calling it Pilot. But yes, I know it's Pilot the second. Yeah, started raiding. Can someone come get that corpse? I'm a little bit annoyed by the fact that they haven't dealt with that corpse yet. Actually kind of very annoyed by this. To the point where there's actually a ghost just hanging around. Yeah, there are a few seconds and thirds. Yeah, no, I named Pilot Guy just Guy this time. No, because I can't name a wall. And I'm not going to give you that many things. If you want a table or a statue or something dedicated to you, I can do that. I'm not going to make a custom one. If I start taking custom requests for literally everybody in the chat, that's all I'll be doing. So I'm not going to do that. But if you really want your name in the fort somewhere, I could name a weapon rack or something random after you. But I'm not going to start naming everything. Some streamers will do that. I don't have the energy to do that. Apologies, but I just don't. How's your dwarf been doing? You're annoyed about the rain. Bored after being unable to practice martial art. Maybe you need to go practice with Lump. We're gonna make you go practice with Lump. Can't I commission one? Yes. Am I gonna do that for literally every person in the chat? Because if I do that for one person, I'm gonna have to do it for everybody. So no, I'm not gonna do that. Axon. There's a child playing on that corpse. Axon, you're playing make-believe on top of a dead body. Good job. Memorial Garden? I mean, the terracotta army, in quotes. You're blissful remembering a great dining room. You're uneasy after seeing Pink Fluffy's dead body. You're fine. Strong kid. All right, you know what? I'm kind of annoyed by this. I'm not going to lie. Kind of annoyed. No, they're lead soldiers, actually. They're lead soldiers that, God, you know, like when you have a sneezing fit and it backs your nose up, and then you get like this weird like headache kind of behind your eyes. Yeah, that's just like in full on force now. I need more coffee. Jesus Christ, where the fuck did that come from? They need to dust. Yeah, no, they're all lead soldiers, and there's a lot of them. They're not dedicated to anybody in particular. They're all just generic dwarves with spears. The dwarves stop producing channels if you if you reach the citizen cap, but we're not at the citizen cap. Hunting again. This is the first time I've had dwarves just like not deal with a corpse. It's actually kind of weird. You know, let's see. Let's forbid that. Make sure that you're claimed. Follow Petra. Are you going to do what I need you to do after you store this? No, huh? Bizarre. It's like they forgot that body's there or something. What if I... Let's try this. Let's free tomb. Then assign it again for burial. Because it's already assigned again. I'll engrave that. Because it's quick and easy. There he goes. They're doing that. Yeah, why aren't they dealing with that corpse? The fuck? I'm so perplexed by this. It's like I've got multiple dwarves with the job. It's like they don't know it's there, which is possible. Okay, never mind. They put the corpse into the coffin. I guess like maybe when I restarted the game, it like broke the job or something. Also, because I was in the middle of a sneezing fit at the time, I didn't say a proper thank you. Thugless Adams, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Seriously. Cheers for the $1. I'm like actually mildly lightheaded from that sneezing fit. That's where I'm at right now. Yeesh. Like hurt. We've almost filled up that leaderboard. Bits leaderboard for the week. But Barn Doggo did ask for something. Something random would be annoying. So your name's Barn Doggo, right? How about this? You get to be a nest box. Also, chat, I would like to inform all of you of something very important. It's official. I officially live in Canada again. It's snowing. Hold on, I want to go see how much it's snowing. Why? Because it's snowing? I mean, the dwarves haven't really freaked the hell out in this fort at all. And generally the ones that do immediately get put to death. So it's fine. Kitchen's a little stanky right now, though. Yeah, so currently what we're going to be doing is we're just going to kind of let them put all this shit away. Because I'm currently trying to clear a lot of boulders out. And clearing boulders out is make them make thousands and thousands and thousands of crafts. And then just give them away for free to every single... What just startled you? Probably a great horned owl. And then just give them away for free to every single trader that comes by. So. Also, hello, Crazy Trickster. Welcome to the stream. I don't believe I've seen your name before. Hi. Man, this fortress has had some very important... Gate Nerd, thanks for the 100 bits. No, we have filled that leaderboard. Cheers, man. I don't like seeing empty spots on the leaderboards. I'll be honest. Although I do have a number in my head. If my Patreon ever hits that number, I'll just get rid of the leader. So that people aren't peer pressured into throwing money at me, but... If I ever hit that number. Thank you, though. For the $1. Cheers. Also, it snows on these dwarves every year, and it rains on these dwarves all the time, Trickster, and they're generally fine. Generally. Jack, can I get a round of beers? For the $1? The gate nerd threw at me just now. Yeah, no, these dwarves are pretty hardy, mentally, I would say. They've kind of done a good job for us the past while. It's been good. It's nice that they don't just, you know, have spaz attacks every time it rains a little bit. Because this fortress is a giant open pit. It is very much a very large open. Oh, Tex did. Gotcha. I like Tex. I don't oh really now. Okay. Yeah, I lurk in Tex's streams sometimes. I like Tex. He's one of those people that I always go out of my way to say hi to at every convention I go. Tex is good people. One of those good chillstroms. I think I'm a little bit more hyperactive than that, but not by much. It depends on how, like, into what I'm talking about. We just play a lot of dwarves here. Well, dwarves are clearly finding enough time to go do stone crafting demonstrations off in the background, so work must be clearing up. Do I have all those blocks suspended? Yeah. Right? Odd. Yeah, Tex stopped by the other night when I was doing a late night stream. Which I've been doing more of recently. It is winter time, which means we're getting close to year 101 then. I really need to figure out something else to do with this room, because this was originally my exotic animals breeding room. Don't mind the dead Kias everywhere. It was originally supposed to be my exotic animals breeding room, and well, we can see how well that went because there's none of them left. I had some gray langur monkeys in there for a bit. And I keep slaughtering all of the kangaroos that we keep getting. Because I catch so many kangaroos every year. I just train them up to the point where I can take them out of the cages without the dwarves getting kicked in the head by them. And then I just slaughter them. And we have a lot of kangaroo leather, I'll put it that way. Crikey, mate? Yeah, totally. And Hobo wants me to make a spear. I've queued up a spear as well as some leather caps and leggings, because, you know, dwarves need that stuff. Should also queue up more plant cloth to get 2 process plant jobs going while we continue to just haul stuff out. Have I made any artifacts? No, no artifacts. I haven't made any. No, not at all. Yeah, I've made tons of artifacts. This fortress is 95 years old. So of course we've made artifacts. Like this diorite scepter, all craft worship is of the highest quality. It's encircled with bands of fungi wood, oval sard, cabochons, and kangaroo bone. This object menaces with spikes of sard, cave spider silk, and silver. On the item is an image of dwarves in diorite. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the creation of the Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time and the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. Let's see. We also have this one, which is a granite bracelet. We have We have a diorite bracelet, a perfect sard, a diorite mini forge, granite throne. I like this one. This is a granite throne. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with baguette cut sards and studded with billin, and encircled with bands of round mudstone cabochons and square cut sards. This object is adorned with hanging rings of kangaroo bone and menaces with spikes of mudstone and iron. On the item is an image of 2 dwarves in granite. On the item is an image of Ereshwip Crude, the dwarf, and dwarves in silver. Arish Whip crew is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Arish Whip crew to the position of Baron on the Ignited Creation in the year 5. That is probably one of the longest forts ever. On average, from what I can tell based on Reddit posts and asking people, most people's forts last about 4 years at most. And on the long end, we're talking maybe 15, 20 years. We're trying to have a fort that runs longer than any fort ever. That is the goal with this fort. We're trying to keep this fortress alive for 1,000 years, which, as far as I know, if we complete it, will make it the oldest fort ever that is heavily documented. So this fortress is a lot of sitting back, chilling, waiting, watching, letting little family dramas play out, and we are a trade hub of the world. Watching the humans from afar get into civil wars repeatedly and go, man, it's just like real life. Nicky Knack! It's still snowing outside. Thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Enjoy those stupid skulls and dwarfs and rainbow lasers and shit. Cheers. Later 1 million? I don't think my brain could handle that. Actually, I think I would probably die of old age before I'd finish that one. So, currently I'm trying to finish this. We're on stream 35 of this particular fort. So I've streamed this fort 35 times. And generally when I stream Dwarf Fort, I stream on average about 6 to 6.5 hours of a single fortress. Which means I'm probably close to kind of a long... Oh, that's 100 million. Yes, you're right. There is an extra 2 zeros in there. No. So we're probably reasonably gonna pass most forts ever in the next 50 years, I would say. There is somebody who claims to have had a fort that they kept alive for 650 years, but I also know that that person used a vampire in a room by themselves and just let the game run for a good portion of that before eventually bringing the population back up. Just expelling everybody as they showed up. 200 hours? What, on this one fort? I've probably spent more than 200 hours in... Actually... I don't know. Maybe. Around that. Probably not too far off, Nikki. Because I've streamed 2,200 hours of DF in the last 365 days, and about 3,000 hours in the last 2 years. So, But, you know, what were we working on in episode 3 on YouTube, Nikki? Because you said that you were just watching part 3. I'm a casual player. I mean, I'm literally a professional player of any video game I play, technically. Because I get paid to do this by people who watch me, who are very kind, who support me. Thus making me a professional. By the way, you should have seen Tarn Adams' face when I told him that I kind of make a living off of playing Dwarf Fortress. It was very much a look of surprise, shock, and awe. It was like, really? How? One of the funner conversations I've had. A Flare channel? Flare channel's up there, yeah. But we should technically pass them. Also, the whole thing isn't recorded. So. Beg, borrow, and steal? I don't steal anything from anyone. I also don't generally beg. I say please and thank you. Also, would you prefer I call you Yum or Chubby? Because I ain't saying Chubby Chubby Yum Yums very often. Because that's just too many syllables for one name. Chubby is Fint. Cool. I'm digging the pit. Oh, and defending the dwarves from child snatchers. Yeah, that was the early fort. Because this is where we're at now for the overview of the fort. Goes all the way up to here. All the way down to here. I need to get that miasma out of the kitchen. All the way down to here. Down through here. I got bored and made a maze. And then all the way down to here. And there's a hole in the basement, which goes down here. And once this is all clear of boulders, we'll make this into compromise and go for chum. I was kind of thinking about saying chummy, but... And then it goes all the way down to here. Yeah, so that's the fort. We don't even have cavern access yet, and we've been here for 100 years. Almost 100 years. 5 years off. Most of the dwarves, their entire extended families in the fort. Like if I select a random dwarf, their entire extended families in the fort. Which is wild, and you don't really see that, including a few passing acquaintances and a close friend. The labyrinth, is it still occupied? There's technically 2 Ettins in there. Technically. Aegis still can't walk. He was the son of Screw and Aqua. Both of his parents are dead. And he's hasn't been able to walk since he was beaten. One should be so lucky as to truly master a skill. And just crawls around. We have plenty of crutches. He doesn't use them, though. Hey, stupid. How's things? I am working on a lore video at Today in Dwarf Fortress about that labyrinth, but I'll be completely honest. I was editing it and then just decided to not keep editing it and go to bed because I was exhausted on Friday. And then I tried to do it on Saturday when I took the extra day off and then just didn't. Like, I could have, but instead I just didn't. So the 2 Ettins fighting the Cyclops in there. Read the last Discord story? There isn't a lot there, but I'll read what's been posted since I last read. Although I did call out chat for not putting enough words in there. So, thermal paste makes heat pretty cool. Curse for the curse's sake. Don't punctuate or anything. Or do. It doesn't make cheese taste better if you choose to lose flavor. Choose your adventure. Gruyere? Is that a word? Is rolling nat 20s in. If you wish to add that, go to the Discord. Go to the add Discord word stories room and throw words in there. I will read your incomprehensible mess and feel weird about it. We're back to making socks and shoes. Excellent. Sweet. We're almost done with most of the socks. That's good shit. I have no idea. I'll be honest with you. Means I can turn on some job cancellations because we are powering through all of the clothing. The clothing industry here is wild. We have so much pigtail cloth. It's ridiculous when I turn it on. And then all of the dwarves just go get brand new clothing, I hope. Yeah, look at this. Like, I don't know why I ended up on Petra twice when I just selected a random dwarf, but pigtail tunic, cap, sock, all of the mudstone rings, pigtail gloves, rope reed mittens, rope reed cloak. It appears to be a kind of cheese. Huh. I know a decent amount about cheese, but that's a type of cheese I've never heard of. Interesting. From Switzerland. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Good to know. Going to cancel all the stuff in here that is not rotten, because it can just be put away. It doesn't need to be dumped. Bet you I've had that in French onion soup. It just backfires? I wouldn't know because I don't have grandparents. I only have grandmas. And they're both generally pretty happy, so I have no idea. Unfortunately, in this instance. Both my grandpas are dead, unfortunately. Never got to meet either of them. Eh. Skyrim has a tabletop version? They made a Skyrim board game? I mean, not really. I never met them, so. How many dwarves in the fort? 47. We had 48, and then Pink Fluffy Llama got his head face caved in. His head face? His face head. His head? His face. Both of those, yes. Caved in by our newly appointed Captain of the Guard King. Obviously, who has some spent-up anger due to his significant other getting their face caved in. And really wants to practice a craft, apparently. Oh, right. I eat all of the cheese. This is where you laugh. Insert laugh track here. Ha 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 ha. He's funny. Nope. And if there was, I wouldn't give it to you anyway, Pink Fluffy, because there's lots of people that haven't had a first dwarf, let alone a third. Oh yes, King, you're very angry. Dwarves get snapped up the second they're born / come into the fortress. And I'm trying to give people dwarves who haven't had dwarves yet. And there isn't that many dwarves in the fort. We have currently 113 people watching the stream, and there's only 47 dwarves in the fort. So it's very, 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 very difficult to get a dwarf now. It's not like a normal fort where I'm just like grinding through dwarves like toothpaste. I don't know how that works, but I said it. That's probably the last stone until like year 600. So you better live for a few hundred more. Oh shit. Lord Floof has a new title. So scholars that specialize get new titles, right? Lord Floof was a child who grew up and is currently 12 and really, 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 really enjoyed reading. So I made him into a scholar and has now got the title of philosopher, which is kind of awesome. Also, I'm seeing dwarves drinking without a goblet, cup, or mug. So let's go silver, goblet, and just 20. Yeah, and then we squish we press the dwarf paste and make dwarf milk, right? That's how that works. You're glad you got in while the getting was good? Yeah. Kids must be learnt. I mean, there's nothing else to do in this fortress except for read books. Question is, have you written any books yet? Doesn't look like it. Also, Darren, that really makes me want to try some of that cheese if I've never had it before. I might have had it before and just not known the name of it. Bot actually paid you. I mean, you're a mod, so it should. Damn it. Stone died by an accident. Yes, Stone 2 fell downstairs because getting smacked by turkey vultures. Yes, this is true. And Jellybutt is still alive. Jellybutt is actually kind of an amazing test case in Dwarven psychology, because Jellybutt's been in prison for, I don't know, 50, 60 years now? Maybe more? It might have been a mistag. I'm not sure, Jelly. This poor dwarf. Wrong purple name, Stone. Something I've noticed, though, which I think is a little weird, and I've been noticing this on the children, specifically, is this dwarf worships Shin Russet Amber, and he's a worshiper of Shin Russet Amber. He's also a worshiper of Shin Russet Amber, and he's also a worshiper of Shin Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. So he's a worshiper of the same god 3 times. God, this fucking cough. Or sneeze, rather. I've got something in, like, there's not a scratch, but I feel like I've just been inhaling dust. Like I did a line of dust. No, you're still very much alive. I mean, you might as well be dead. You haven't left the prison cell in a very long time. You're 149, though. You could drop dead any year. Like, you could just die of old age at random. And at this point, I think that might actually be doing you a favor. You know? Like, I feel kind of bad about this dwarf, but it's also... You're also, like, quite literally... Okay, so you know when you go to play an RPG, right? And you start off and you're in the intro area, and you start off in prison and you have amnesia. You don't know why you're in prison. And you start... You pickpocket the guard who's very conspicuously asleep next to your cell, and you unlock the door, and you strangle him to death and throw him in your cell, and then you take 2 steps to the left, and there's this crazy old dude that's just like sitting in the cell next to you going, "Your stuff's over there!" That's Jellybutt in this fortress. Like, just this completely insane dwarf who's been in prison for about more than half their life at this point. Who just lives there. Yeah, well, here's the thing, right? If dwarves get completely overthrown by the stresses of day-to-day living, they will just take their clothes off and wander around until they starve to death, right? Or die of thirst. Whatever comes first, right? It's the maxed out stress, you're just dead now, right? But because this dwarf had that happen while they were in prison, the dwarves just keep bringing her water and food. So you're literally just permanently in prison. Could I banish you? I think if I let you out of prison, I don't think I can banish you. Could I? No, I could expel you. Do you want me to expel your dwarf? If you want me to, I will. I have 2 dwarves currently. I don't think it would fix them. No, I think they would just wander off the map and die. The other one is Warm Shadow, who's in the exact same situation. I mean, that's up to Jelly. If Jelly wants me to expel their dwarf, I'll do it. Side character life? Yeah. No, if Jelly wants me to expel their dwarf, I'll do it. They won't live very long. They'll wander off the map, maybe. Or just walk up to the surface and die. Well, she, first and foremost. It's a lady dwarf. But she probably tantrumed and was put in prison, I think, for 30 days. I'm pretty sure... Oh, hold on. What was your crime? We can check. Disorderly conduct, 2 counts. Against Scrumpet and Rhinestone. So you'd like me to banish your dwarf jelly? Longest 30 days on disorderly conduct ever. Yeah, and then she completely lost it while in prison. Which sucks. Because I could totally do it. In fact, I think I could, like, in theory, send you to Veiled Clasp or Channel Leddens. I mean, it could be curious to see what actually happens. After food and cleaning stuff, welcome back, animal. Can you unbanish a dwarf? You can request... H? No. Because you can request workers from Banish Your Dwarf. All right. Do you want to be banished to a particular Hillix, or do you just want to be banished? Expel, Veiled Clasp, or Channel Leddens. If you send a dwarf to a Hillix, you can request workers from the Hillix if you have a messenger assigned, which I don't. And if you request workers, you could request back your old dwarves. So, sort of, you can unbanish a dwarf. So, sort of. Sort of is the simple answer. But yeah. It depends on whether or not you want to be purely expelled or sent to a Helix. You probably won't make it to either, though. Probably starve to death first. I think we'll try to send you to Veiled Clasped. Confirm. Let's see what happens. I will unbuild. I mean, Jelly might be busy. Not everybody stares at the stream the entire time, I think. So, I think that's a little rude of you to say. All right, there we go. Oh. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. So you're not technically a part of the fort anymore, but you don't know that you can leave. So you're just like running around in the basement. Yeah, we have a basement lunatic now. Sure. I've kind of figured that would happen, but I wasn't entirely positive. Wow, you're like jumping off of ledges and shit. You're gonna run around until you die of thirst, probably. Your mind can't handle it. Yeah, like that's literally you're literally jumping off the ledge. This dwarf might actually be trying to kill themselves. I've seen that happen where they'll just like vault off an edge until they die. Like they just try and find a high place and they just like fall repeatedly. I've seen them do that before. I don't know if it's like intentional coding. I mean, it's got a lot of energy. Yeah. Grabbing your popcorn, waiting for the dwarven suicide party. Arrest them for implied violence. I wonder if I can... Hold on, let's see if I can interrogate her. We're interrogating you for your own safety, although you might count as a visitor now. You can interrogate the Ettins? I'm sure that's an excellent idea. What could possibly go wrong? I wish there was a search function for this menu. Oh, before the dead? Okay, well. Before the deceased. Living up to my name here. I don't see it. I see Jackie. Oh, dead animals. So under the dead dwarves, above the dead animals. Oh, there. I see. Okay, let's see if King will come and do the interrogation. Wouldn't it be funny if I could rearrest her? Like she admitted to some other crime that we didn't catch her for in the first place. And then we put her back in prison. Let's see if we can pull this off. King's picking up equipment. Much more important than, you know, interrogating a potential criminal that's running around in the basement. Spring has arrived, which means people can die of old age. Yes. Prison, mental ward, hospital, care facility. All the same things, truly. The humans from Basti Smack have arrived, but I've got a visitor to deal with. You need interrogation equipment? King, why are you carrying around a 14-foot long scepter? It's interrogation equipment, okay? I wonder what's going on inside of this dwarf's head. Because I can't look now. They've been expelled. Also, wouldn't it be amazing if I'd somehow managed to make an immortal dwarf that just doesn't starve to death? And this dwarf just lives here now? There we go. It's like a talking stick, but it's an interrogation stick? Probably stone, yeah. Okay, interrogation report. He made intimidating remarks in order to elicit information. Subject naively complied. No new information was revealed. That is unfortunate. Naively implied by saying, ah! and is now running around the tavern. I don't think anybody's died. Lots of vomit everywhere. Oh, well, yeah, of course it's Jellybutt vomiting everywhere. So now Jellybutt's running around and vomiting due to seeing the sun for the first time in, like, 60 years. A tribute is being unloaded. Shall check the generous donations from the humans. 5 pig intestine, 1 copper cage, and 1 tame worm. How kind of them. I don't know how you tame a worm. That must take much skill. Okay, I'm going to say this one more time. Jellybutt's dwarf is a lady dwarf. She might commit a crime. No. You can't tantrum once you've gone this insane. So, no. A worm. Yep. For the worm. Very thankful for the worm. The worm is a great addition to our society.
Oh hey, look, 41 months hype. Also today is my birthday, so there's my 25-year streak for that kappa.
It's Hoogaru's birthday. What are you doing for your birthday? Aside from, staying inside, not going outside and social distancing as we all should right now. You're doing well, Hoogaru. And thank you very much for the 41st month. 44. Next month is 3.5 years. We're almost at 3.5 years, man. Almost. Good God. How long does it take for dwarves to get thirsty? Chat, can I get a round of birthday stuffs at Hoogaru? You had pizza? And got some presents? Good shit. Did you put candles on that pizza? The elves have arrived to trade. I'm going to sell them some plant pots. I'm sure that they will appreciate our plant pots. I'm starting to wonder if this dwarf is immortal now, because they haven't started to get thirsty yet. This is some interesting science. This dwarf is leaking, though. A whole lot of vomit. All that blue is vomit. We hear you have a tame worm. It's not made of wood, though, so we could actually sell them the worm. Should we sell them the worm? Probably could totally sell them the worm. I'm sure they would appreciate the worm. Actually, no, I'm also going to... Yeah, we'll sell them the worm cage and that eagle that the humans brought us a while ago. Oh, I've done it twice, so I beat Sal to it. Also, we get a migrant. You guys get to argue over who gets it. I'll be back in a sec. I'm going to go blow my nose. Because that sneezing fit earlier. Jesus Christ. Cage wood? No. It's made of metal, I think. It was a tin cage, wasn't it? Back in a sec. You're laughing so hard right now. I'm glad you find this funny. Also, I think it's funny because a lot of the stuff that Sal's been discovering, in air quotes, is stuff that I've just been doing for a year plus. Like the really big discovery that she made of, oh, you can, if a dwarf desperately needs like social interactions or like to take care of themselves, you just put them in a squad and they'll just go do it. I've been doing that for over a year. I was like, I genuinely thought that was just common knowledge. So, who gets the name? Who gets the name? That's a hard one. Because I want someone who hasn't been in before, but also has been around a while, who deserves it. Clearly needs to be named human. I don't fucking know. Generally, when someone says, me, I deserve it, it's the last person I want to give it to. No offense, Thugless, but you've kind of hurt your chances significantly. You've been in this fort? I can't remember, but there's certainly people that are around more than you. There's a few people that I can see that deserve it. Been here for a bit. You have, but that's not that long. So here's what we're going to do. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 100. The person to guess it, or get closest, will potentially get it. Although I'm going to play favorites, because people like Pink Fluffy literally died earlier today. So Pink Fluffy, unfortunately, I'm just going to like take you out. If you're already in the fort, don't even bother. Like Axon, you're already in the fort. You just wanted to guess. Fair enough. So the number I was thinking of is 49. So it looks like it's, but is that actually even between Swoos and Brotato? Because, yeah, that's even between Swiss and Brotato. All right, Swiss and Brotato. You two get to fight for it. You two get to fight for it. Because that's where we were at. I'm not going to lie. I dread naming new dwarves now. Give me a turn. I should flip a coin. I am incapable of catching a flipped coin. So here's what we could do, though. How about this? We shall let the Chad decide. So what I want you guys to do is Swoos and Brotato. I need the two of you to give one reason why you should get the dwarf. Try and appease the chat. And then I'm going to start a poll. Roll a d2. Like I have dice. Also, that's just a coin, you dits. Because democracy. Also, I totally don't see a poll at the top of chat. There should be a poll. Hold on. Let me just end this and restart it because it didn't put it. New poll. Try this again. There we go. Go ahead, vote, chat. Who gets it? Pick your favorites. I will abstain from voting. You're an IRL potato? A sentient potato? That's kind of impressive, to be honest. I mean, it's a photo finish, that's for sure. Keep this fort running for 1,000 years? That's pretty legitimate. It's close. Oh, God. Of course it's a tie. Yes, it's definitely a tie. All right, how about this? Rotato Salad's been following me for 4 minutes, and Swoos has been following me since July 18th, 2020, and has been subbed to me previously. So I'm going to default this to Swoos. Apologies, Rotato. Next time, friend. He is an ardent worshiper of the fuchsia, which is a deity of the ignited creation. Most often takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with persuasion and speech. You were just in for the... Yeah, fair enough. I mean, it came down to the wire, but we have to default to the person who's been here longer. But at the same time, welcome to the stream, man. Let's learn a little bit about your dwarf. You have no family. You're 7 years old, born on the 5th of Granite in the year 31. His straight hair is crinkly. His very long sideburns are braided, and his straight, long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. His somewhat narrow cobalt eyes are close set, and his nose is extremely short. His eyebrows are quite dense, and his eyelashes are quite long. Dreams of creating a great work of art and does not care about fairness. Likes shale steel and tiger iron, peach-faced lovebird leather, and the color dark tan. So, okay. Before I forget. Crafts. Leatherworking. And we'll give you all of the metals. Whoops. All of the metalworking. And everything else is fine. We can just leave the rest. Can be very happy and optimistic and can sometimes act without deliberation. Likes to take it easy and sometimes acts with little... sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Is often feels compassion and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. His hands jump all over the place when he's excited and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Doesn't mind being outdoors, at least for a time. And you're an adequate spinner, a high master bookbinder. Classy. We do need bookbinders here. Wouldn't it be amazing if I had a second dwarf show up? Although that's not possible because we're back up to the dwarf limit. So, is Jellybutt dead yet? Jellybutt's just running around vomiting. It's just like trying to spell her name and vomit. It's a sign, chat. There's vomit all over everything. All of that blue is vomit from Jelly. Because no one else is vomiting right now. At least that I'm aware of. Scratch that. There is a dwarf that's vomiting. But, you know. Is Jelly dying or just drunk? So, Jelly went completely batshit insane. So, lost her mind while in prison. About 60 years ago in game. After being in the fort for like 5 years or something. Tantrumed, was put in prison, and then went completely purple, which basically means they're completely insane and will just wander around until they starve to death. But because it happened while they were in prison, the dwarves continued to feed her and bring her water. Jelly realized this today and asked me to expel them to see if the dwarf would just leave. And honestly, I didn't know what would happen, so we decided to do it for science. Yeah, it is an R. Yeah, it has written an R in the grounded vomit. And just to see what would happen. And is now just like running around like a mad, crazy dwarf, spelling words. And because they're no longer in the fort, I can't see their mood, and I can't tell if they're hungry or thirsty. I'm curious if this dwarf is now just an immortal, insane thing, which would be hilarious if I just have, like, this visitor who lives here forever who just runs around like a crazy person forever. Because I don't actually know. So I'm kind of just staring at this dwarf to see if they just drop dead randomly, and if they do, we need to dispose of the body. Basically, yeah. It's kind of wild, actually. But yeah, no, Swiss, your dwarf's gonna have lots of work to do because we actively have leather working going on right now. Bunch of it, in fact. So hopefully you're able to fit right in right away. Have you claimed a bedroom yet? You have not. Find a bedroom for you. Definitely was previously owned by someone who is now dead, but there you go. Swiss, you can have this bedroom. I hope you like it. Doesn't come with a basement suite, but it is a very well-appointed little bedroom. Maybe you're eating your own vomit. Oh, God. I don't think they can do it. Okay, so there is actually... That is possible, but not their own vomit. So on certain evil biomes, it can rain vomit. If they have no water and no alcohol, they will drink the liquids that fall from the sky. This can be blood, it can be pus, it can be vomit, it can be any number of bodily fluids. So there is actually a possibility that you can have the thought in your head, I drank vomit, it is disgusting, or I was forced to drink vomit and it is disgusting. And every so often someone will post that on Reddit and go, oh God! And everybody else goes, yep, been there, done that. Before your late tea? Because Dwarf Fortress? You know, totally family friendly. Okay, so good thing that this cage is made out of Nicholas. And that one's made out of copper. And then these ones are all pots. So I'm selling them an eagle, a worm, and a bunch of plants. Let's see what these elves brought for me. Oh, they brought a slug. Nah, I don't need a slug. But I will take those apricots, because those apricots are delicious. And the ginkgo seeds. And the almonds. You know what? I'll buy the jute robe. Trade. They say, ah, wonderful. Thank you for the business. All right, where did you stop doing that? Yep, still running around. Seems to have gotten used to the sun, though. Is no longer vomiting. I did not buy the slug, no. No, they got a worm. Not a slug. They got a worm. I sold them a worm. All right, so you've gotten used to the sun again. You're no longer vomiting everywhere. I should trap you in the maze. Yeah, this is interesting dwarven science. How long does it take for a dwarf to starve? Because we're still in spring. 101 mid-spring. We released her in 100. And it's covered in vomit. I mean, like I said, she stopped vomiting. Although she wouldn't vomit in bedrooms because those are indoors. She's only vomiting because she's outdoors. Or was only vomiting because she was outdoors. Oh, there you go. She ran out of vomit. You were a good dwarf. You got a taste of freedom at the end. Now let's see if I can assign a coffin to you. Goodbye, Jelly. Now we only have one insane dwarf in the fort, which is Warm Shadow, who's in the exact same situation. Gross, Brander. Although my favorite combo, I'm not gonna lie, is that one, because it's very real. F indeed, yeah. But you know, honestly, you got to run around one last time. We could have kept you alive probably for another 4, 5, 6 years or however long until you died of natural causes, but frankly, maybe this was better. It's probably better this way. It stopped snowing and now it's snowing again. Although it's more slushing than snowing. They found the body. She died of dehydration. Also, looking back at the Bezos Rice video, I wanted to point out that half of Americans have a net worth amounting to 1 grain of rice by that scale. I mean, yeah. No, totally. Isn't something like aren't half of Americans in debt? Store a single Whopper in your belly button for emergency rations. So either where you come from, Whoppers are really small or people have really big belly buttons. Rotato. But I will keep that in mind for future reference. Thank you. As a Canadian who is not in debt, I don't envy anybody who has to deal with any kind of loans, debt, mortgage, or anything. Actually, that's not true. I'm $35 in debt because I need to pay off my phone bill, but that's fine. I'll do that on payday. Of course that doesn't include non-liquid assets. Hello, Gimper. Did you like the video that I made? You have 0 net worth? I'm sorry. You might not have net worth, but you have humanity worth. How's that? You did? Cool. I didn't post it on Reddit, but if somebody wants to, they're more than welcome to. I don't post all of my videos on Reddit because I don't like to spam, and that one was way too close to the last one. But at least you're not in massive debt. I mean, if you're not living paycheck to paycheck and paying credit card bills every month, you're doing okay. Let's see. Will they bury jelly here? Yes, they will. So even though you weren't technically a member of the fortress, the dwarves will still bury you. Assuming you don't have, like, bad spending habits for credit cards, but yes. Credit cards are a trap. Credit cards are how I pay my internet and my phone bill, but I have them automated to be paid off because I know exactly how much is on them and how much I put on them every month, so. Car loans as well, yeah. Or car leases. Not everybody even buys a car. A lot of people will just lease one. About 10 years, you'll be debt-free. That's not too bad. Like, honestly, that's not too bad. What are you doing down here, Aegis? No job? Fair enough. Okay, finally stuff's getting dumped. Looks like we've managed to put all the crafts away, almost. I have so many pigs, it's ridiculous. Although I'm literally gonna shoot arrows at them in year 100. So year 100, or year 105 technically. 100-year anniversary of this fort, I'm gonna put all those piggies in front of catapults and we're gonna throw boulders at them. It's gonna be a party, I'm telling you. We're gonna have fireworks. I mean, splattered pigs. It's gonna be called the Pig Splatter Festival. It's gonna be grand. I'm excited. And you should be too. Just your masters will be out of pocket? That sucks. Schooling should be free and there's no fucking reason it shouldn't be. Like, there's another universe where one of the pigs escaped. It's fine, they'll put it back. They're probably gelding it, actually. There's another reality where I went to university instead of doing what I do. Or tied to how they render block interactions. That won't be able to be changed with the texture pack. You know what's funny is, according to Clino, apparently Meph has been joking on the forums that he may or may not release a improved version of the tile set on day 1 on the Steam Workshop. So, what I really hope they do is I hope about 2 months before the thing releases, they put out a public template for the tile set to artists. So artists that are not Meph can have tile sets ready for launch. Because I think that would be really cool. Like, realistically, are we actually going to get changes made based on one video I make? No. But can I get people talking about it? Yes. I mean, on the topic of credit cards being a trap, there's a service There's a service called Nexus, which is essentially just a like another way of selling keys, but for streamers. Except they only accept credit cards right now, and that's kind of the main thing that's keeping me from signing up, because I'm just like, another thing with credit cards. Oh, apparently Proteus is for sale now, if anybody's actually interested in buying that. Proteus is a game I'm going to stream later tonight. Here's a Steam link. It's also up on Humble because it's published by Humble, but that's a game I'm going to stream tonight because I like heavy metal. I like Doom, and that game looks like everything I like in a video game. Ponder Clocks. Ooh. Lord Floof was a good addition to the Scholars. Look at this. Pondering Clocks. Yes, it's Doom. Like, when people are like, what's that game? Oh yeah, it's Doom. Very much it's Doom. Like, it's more Doom than the recent Doom games. That's how Doom that Doom is. But, yeah, I'm gonna stream some of that tonight. I played through the first level and it's really fucking good. It's really fucking good. And it's got a built-in level editor, which literally just opens up a 3D asset editor. Like, it's got a really good level editor just built in. So if people start making levels for that thing, that could be really fucking cool. Way over my head and not something I'm gonna dig into, but like, it's real cool. Also, it goes up to 120 FOV, and you can resize the guns. So yes, thumbs up from me. Discuss. Anxious. So you don't like discussing. Okay. So this dwarf really likes reading. Doesn't like discussing things. Gets anxious easily after discussing things. Interesting. I've been discussing clocks, and it makes me very anxious. Are you going to write a book about clocks, though? Making more choirs. Wait, Ovslot, you just had something break through a locked artifact door? The fuck? That's wild. Also, Swoos, so you know how you're a master bookbinder, right? Already practicing your craft. You're already practicing your craft. And you're satisfied at work. And you're content after having a pretty decent drink. What is your preferred drink, actually? You prefer to consume celery and turnip wine and maize flour. Yeah, we definitely have turnip wine. How goes, Warm Shadow? Your dwarf's batshit. Aside from that, goes good. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are going to be into the Doom game, but that's one of those games that I'm going to stream that's more for me than for you guys, honestly. How far into the... What? Are you asking what year it is? You hit enter early? I can see that. What were you trying to say? What year is it? It is year 101, which means we are 96 years into the fortress. Move the J's. The J's are sheets, which is pieces of paper. And he's using those pieces of paper to make writing materials. Called quires, which can then be bound into books or bound into scrolls. Rolled into scrolls or bound into books. And once they're quires, they can be written on. And once you're done with that, we're going to get you... Oh, I need book bindings. Probably. Or rather, I need things that need to be bound into books. I have book bindings. Plenty of book binding. Also, investments are open. Heads up, chat. But how are you on this fine day, Warm Shadow? On this fine day. So we're drinking coffee, getting ready for work, so you don't know. Is it good coffee? That's what matters, right? If it's good coffee, then you're off to a good start. Still working on those choirs. Hasn't canceled the job yet, so we still got plenty of choirs left. Or plenty of paper left. I'd like to see my dwarves write some new books. It's been a little bit since we've had any books written. Also, Lord Floof has upgraded from a philosopher into a scholar. Your owned item, eh? Yeah, if it's good coffee, then you're doing pretty good. Jumping into bed and watching the stream there? Gotcha. We'll see you when you get into bed. I mean, we won't, but maybe we'll read what you say when you get into bed. Lord Floof, can you stop puking everywhere? Thanks. Ponder shadow clocks. Sundials.
Whoa, dude,
yeah,
fuck
man.
you.
Wow.
That's fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
That's quite the win, Jelly. Damn. Shadow clocks is a way cooler sound or a sounding thing than sundials. Pleasure remembering a satisfying acquisition. Worried after being unable to pray. Interested near a fine door. Was blissful after sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. Swoos is still making choirs. Very happy, Dwarf, already. Personally does not care about fairness. Adequate spinner. Adequate judge of intent and a novice liar. This is a frequent occurrence, Cooler. So no gains? Hey, you know, fair enough. I was gonna say better no gains than losses, but however, how are you ever gonna get into the Swole Acceptance subreddit if you don't have gains? And a dwarven caravan has arrived, or a human caravan has arrived, rather. I wonder if we're gonna get 2 human caravans. Also, Stone, you missed this. After you left yesterday, both of the human factions came to trade with us at once. Although the other one arrived about a week later. So let's see if we get 2 again. A very small caravan. Very small caravan. Retro propulsive. That sounds Bernie. Oh, there they are. Both of them arrived. Did they need 2 depots? No, you can trade with both of them at the same time. Why? Have you never traded with 2 factions at once? No, they all just go here. I can show you how it works. Actually, it's pretty simple. They both go there and you select from a list as to who you want to trade with. It's impossible to suck at something that is just random luck. Oh, really? Well, Interesting. Hobo the Lord has been reelected. Congratulations, Hobo, and welcome back to another year of power. All right, so the way trading with two factions works is once you have successfully gone into this menu, hit R, rated them, and then assigned them to demand ongoing tribute with capital T. I'm just going to cancel this. I've had people ask me how to do this. Then, if you're successful, which it seems to work with humans, and also seems to work with elves, doubt it'll ever work on goblins. I also don't know about other dwarves. Then you bring your trade person in. How many years is that for Hobo? Quite a few. I haven't been counting, I'll be honest. Then whenever the trade person arrives, you have an option. Olmonato or Pesser when they send both their caravans at the same time. Select one. I want to trade all of this for nickel bars. Great. Then we wait a few seconds for them to bring a bunch more crafts up. And then you select that. And I want to trade all that for rose gold bars. Trade. Done. Now we've traded with both of them. And that's how you become a trade hub. Cozy bed. Do the naps, man. Do the naps. For books and artifacts. I mean, it's a perfectly valid thing to raid for. Technically, demanding ongoing tribute isn't raiding, but it's demanding tribute. Here come all the crafts. Hey man, you know, Quatch, you just learned something. Doesn't mean you need to necessarily do that, but you did just learn something. Also, can I just say that there's been a ton of people watching the stream today? We got really lucky on auto hosts, but also there's just been a lot of people hanging out in chat. So if you're hanging out and enjoying the stream and watching, thank you very much. Seriously, you're watching one of the nichest streams on this goddamn website. As I've been saying for a while now, it's, in my opinion, significantly more impressive to have, you know, 100 people watching Dwarf Fortress than it is to have 1,000 people watching Fortnite, in my opinion. So, sperm whale meat! Those humans, they're spoiling us. Chopped hammerhead shark liver? Who doesn't want that? Anchovies, thornback rays, hake salmon, brook lamprey, flounder, hagfish. Also brought us some plants, which I'll buy as well. You know what would blow my mind? I wonder if it's possible for them to bring a whale in a cage as a donation. I wonder. I discovered you just by searching Dwarf Fortress on Twitch and going to the stream with the highest view count. You're impressed with the number of people that I have watching me consistently? You need to remember, I've been doing this for a long time and streamed a lot of other games before I got heavily into streaming DF. So I have an advantage there. You know, like a lot of the people who stream Dwarf Fortress started streaming with just Dwarf Fortress and haven't really done anything else. So I had an advantage from the get-go. But thank you. And there was certainly a couple rough years, or a couple rough months when I first, like, started just grinding streaming this game. Yeah, so I was already a Twitch partner before DF, right? What about a whale tail? Heard that can save metro trains. I don't understand what you mean by any of that, Animal, so you're going to have to explain the meme like I'm 5. Apologies, but I'm too old for your reference. Getting them into a cage is tricky? I unironically enjoy Geico ads way too much. Like, Geico ads are genuinely entertaining. Wow, 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 wow. I'm assuming that's what you meant by this gecko gives advantages. Subi says, I will see to it that our leader gets this offering. I hope that they enjoy the 1,000 crafts I'm giving them. Oh, now I know what you're talking about. Yeah, the whale statue that saved the train from a bunch of people dying. Yes. I remember that. That was linked in my chat like last week. I just slipped my mind. I wouldn't say that that's necessarily hilarious. I'd say that that's genuinely horrifying, but also kind of hilarious. It's like something out of like The Incredibles that just like that doesn't happen in reality. That's not how gravity works. That shouldn't work that way. Also, I really, really hope that they bring me a whale in a cage as a tribute. If somebody brings me a whale in a cage as a tribute, I will have my brain will melt a little bit. Think the train was out of service and empty. That's good. I didn't, I'll be honest, I didn't read enough of it to actually find out whether or not anybody was hurt, but I took one look at that and I was like, that is terrifying. Only the train operator was inside? I'm glad the train operator was fine. Here's a question. Did the train operator lose his job? Or was it like a train malfunction? Like, was it the operator's fault? Like, was it human error? Or was it did the train, like, actually malfunction? Also, Quatch, I don't know if you saw, but I did make a video about perspective in Dwarf Fortress for the Steam version. Kind of highlighting a few things that annoy me. People seem to agree. Not the only one. It's called save file. Okay, so it should be law. Every single corner of like lifted trains needs to have a whale statue. You shall seek it out. I uploaded it last night at 9 p.m. I'm much more democratic than you. But people seem to agree, generally. Although from that video, I have gained the knowledge that supposedly Meph is maybe or maybe not working on an unofficial, official day one Steam post. I also didn't put that up on Reddit, but because I don't like spamming Reddit, but you're having crazy deja vu of what? Yes, we did have this exact whale conversation. You don't need to have crazy deja vu. We legitimately had this conversation a few days ago. I just wasn't sure what Animal was referencing when he was talking about Ooh. They brought cardinals and eagles and magpies in cages. A blue peacock. Peacock, probably. Or a peacock. Let's buy that foxtail mullet beer. Do that. What is that? A sturgeon blood barrel.
Why running on the treadmill 7 days a week doesn't work for you?
You know why? Is because YouTube ads are obnoxious. Putting ads into the middle of a video should be illegal. Yak's milk. Pick. Buy that sheeple bag. Red. I don't know why they have sturgeon blood. How crazy is your poor dwarf? Batshit. Hasn't left their cell since they were put in prison. So, in prison. Did I tell you guys about the YouTube video that got demonetized because I had an ad play in the background? Or rather, claimed by a content holder because I was listening to a video like this one, which is Twitch safe music. And an ad played, which had a pop song playing in it. If I get banned from Twitch for like DMCA takedowns, it's going to be because literally a YouTube ad played in the background. One round of merchants has left. Ah, come on, Hobo, get back here. I mean, great. Yeah, totally. It's costing me like $1 in ad revenue. If he were to do his own version at the same time. The thing is, what I really want, Clutch, is I want them to, and I'm probably gonna make a video asking for this at some point. Is I want them to pull a City Skylines, because they do this for every City Skylines expansion. I want them to, wait, what? A migrant has arrived? Did somebody die? Huh. A migrant has arrived, chat. I'm thinking of a number between 1 and 100. Pick a number between 1 and 100 if you do not currently have a dwarf in the fort. I mean, great minds, right, Quatch? So the number I was thinking of is, drumroll please, 12. Gimper, you had a dwarf in this fort, didn't you? Previously. Yes, you did. So this will be Gimper 2. Or, I mean 12. Yeah, sure. I don't feel obliged to anybody. Yeah, you were a child. Gimper the Second. She is 79 years old. I hope you're okay with the with the sex change here. She is 79 years old. Born on the 21st of Felsite in the year 22. Her hair is very dry, and her very long hair is tied in a ponytail. Her close-set cobalt eyes have large irises, and her small-lobed ears are flattened. Her nose is narrow, and her eyebrows are extremely short. Her hair is ecru, and her sandy-topped skin is slightly wrinkled. So what we're saying is we should call this Gimper 1.5. 1.5. She likes platinum, wax opal, elf hoof. Wait, no. Elk hoof, not elf hoof. Jesus. Bolts and the sound of the chant of blossoms possible. Prefers consume turnip wine and distastes moon snails, which means you'll be happy because there's turnip wine and no moon snails here. Gimper 1.25 GOTY edition. How long? Chat, if Dwarf Fortress did a Game of the Year edition, what would it include to make it the Game of the Year edition? She only rarely feels strong cravings or urges, and she accepts favors without feeling developing a sense of obligation, preferring to act as the current situation demands. Lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and she has an active imagination. Doesn't try to get things done perfectly each time, correctly each time, perfectly each time, and has little interest. And has little interest in joking around. She does not easily fall in love or develop positive or negative feelings, hate or develop negative feelings, and she often acts without deliberation. Is a calm demeanor, and she's moved by art and natural beauty, and she's particularly ambitious. Tends to consider what others think of her. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. 79 years old. Okay, so you like platinum, phthalate, and wax, and hoof and bolts, and this. You like bolts. All right, so I'm gonna give you hunting and related jobs. Welcome to the fruit. More fortresses. Elf and kobold playable. Auto butcher. Auto butcher's already a thing. Spitalier, how are you doing? It's good to see you. You're doing well. My voice cracked weird in that sentence. I'm sorry. You want to change your answer to axes? I mean, so if they put out a hard copy of DF, right? Like a physical edition of DF and called it the Game of the Year edition. Yes, there's mermaids and there is mermaids in DF. I think it would come with like a photocopied image that allegedly the brothers drew. So a crayon drawing that's not a real crayon drawing, but a crayon drawing, and it would come on like an awful like printed piece of like poster paper. It would come with a paper poster of an ASCII map, and it would come with some fake beard hair. And some crappy statue. Don't you ever soil DF by suggesting playable races, dwarf or bust? I mean, that is a planned feature, Brotato. As a dwarf, so just a picture of Tarn Adams? Animal? Now with longer load screens. One of those knitted yarn beard things. Actually, legitimately, I genuinely want them to start an official merch store so that I can buy a beard mask. They really need to do that. Who doesn't want to buy a plushy dwarf? Come on. Or a plush cobalt. And then that way, like, all those people that are like, hey, I put a dwarf from Dwarf Fortress on a t-shirt. Give me $10. What are you doing up here? Give me $10, please. Would, like, go out of business, and that would make me kind of happy on the inside. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Bow, bow. Although, you know who does have a mask for sale in his store? Me. Not only do I have skull socks, I also have a skull mask. It's too expensive. You probably shouldn't buy it. But if you want to support me and want to buy a mask with skulls on it, you can do that. Or skull socks, because then you can crush the skulls of your enemies with every step. Who doesn't want that? To assemble on your coffee table? You mean like this one? You mean like that? Not the greatest for Dwarf Fort, but 3D printed, yeah. I didn't print it. Stone Hobo, my moderator in chat, printed it for me. He also printed me this. And mailed it to me.
NANI?
Although, the thing that I really want them to do after the Steam version of Dwarf Fortress, I really desperately want them to do a Bay 12 Games Classics pack and put it up on Steam. Like, in a world where fucking Chips Challenge is up on Steam, we can get a Bay 12 Games Classics on Steam. Like, Chips Challenge is on Steam. Chips Challenge 2, also on Steam. Chips Challenge 2 Level Editor is also on Steam as DLC. Like, if those are on Steam, why in the world can't we have a Steam package of all of Bay 12 games that were ever publicly released? I just want a reason to stream Liberal Crime Squad, honestly. A were-elephant. Actually, if Dwarf Fortress was ever to get a pop figure, what would it be of? Would it be of a dwarf? And would you buy it? Because I wouldn't. That's like the one piece of DF merch I don't think I would buy. It's like Liberal Crime Squad and probably World War II Medic are like the most complete games. But also include like a slightly dusted version of Slaves to Armok so that we could like actually use all of the features. No, we really don't. It would probably just be a dwarf. Eternal. How is Eternal doing? Just fine. Plenty of buzzards' dead bodies. I really need to squish this shit. Purist McFunko. Exactly. Pointy guy on the homepage? Oh, you mean this thing? This guy? I don't even know what that is. What actually is that thing? Well, I know what tasks are during the next time I have them on. What exactly is the Bay 12 Games logo thing? And does it have a name? It's a bird? Birds don't have hands! Sure he's mentioned it in DF Talk? Yeah, but what's better than rehashing old questions? I think that Funko collecting is one of the genuinely most disgusting trends in pop culture, just period. I genuinely think it's disgusting, and I'm mildly disturbed by it on a good day. You're gonna sleep? You have a good night's sleep, animal. Cheers, man. The toad is the mascot? Then what about Trito? Also, if they were to do a Steam release of LCS, would we want it to have a tile set or not? Any recommendations for someone trying to get into this game? Watch a lot of it. I mean, if you genuinely want to get into it, watch a lot of Krug Smash videos, watch a lot of streams, ask a lot of questions, and just start playing. Like, really? I don't personally think that any of the lazy noob pack or any of that stuff's necessary. I mean, you can totally start using that stuff once you've played for a little bit. But just start playing. Genuinely, just start playing. If you want to get into Dwarf Fortress, follow Picture Point, who just popped into chat. Maybe follow me if you wanna, or don't. I don't care. It'd be nice if you did. Watch Krug Smash on YouTube. Watch Southward South stuff. Just watch streams. Ask questions. Join Discords. Read the wiki. Don't forget to unzip the file before you launch it. That's basically it. Find a tile set that works for you if you need that. Play vanilla if you don't need that. There's plenty of tile sets. There's something for everybody. You know, there's something more simplistic like this. Or you can just play vanilla. Yeah, don't overcomplicate things. Don't overthink things. It's a game about losing. You will lose. The first few forts you do, your dwarves will all starve to death. Or die of thirst. Or you'll get attacked by a werecat and everybody will die. You'll get eaten by a crocodile on day 1. I've had that happen. Amiibo collecting. Now that's a hobby. Ah! Even Nintendo is proving that that's not a hobby. And before you know it, you'll be receiving annual tribute from pathetic humans that don't know how to defend themselves. Because the annual tribute from Basti Pene as well as Nilun Abo have arrived. Also, how you doing, Picture Point? How am I holding up? Yes. Is the same as Beanie Babies that happened a few years ago? I personally think that Funko Pops are worse than Beanie Baby because at least Beanie Babies are cuddly. Funko Pops are just like cold, dead, and capitalism. Capitalism. Bring us a whale. No whale. Sad day. Although that is a lot of stuff. They brought us a cauldron? We don't even have a use for a cauldron. Lead bar, 5 graves, bronze whip, bronze halberd. But yeah, no, genuinely, like, if you want to get into Dwarf Fortress, join my Discord. If you have questions, ask questions in the Discord. Pop into the stream. If you have questions, we can help. If you need any direct answers. But aside from that, read the wiki and just start playing. 5 grapes, specifically. 5 llama meat. 1 llama wool bag. I hope that was from the same llama that gave us the meat. They've brought us a lot of, like, weapons and stuff that we can't make. It's kind of neat. Lots of scimitars, too. Getting started with Dwarf Fortress. I actually wouldn't recommend the Getting Started with Dwarf Fortress book because it's very out of date these days. The wiki is much more helpful. And free. So. And if you ever need help, just like give me a shout and I can show you stuff live too. This fort is maybe kind of a crappy one. I'm going to assume that you've screenshotted this because that is a wildly big one. Meanwhile, the group of soaring big spenders. You know, that's like the equivalent of like getting a lump of coal on your birthday or Christmas. I mean, the physical book is out of date. I don't know about the digital version. I don't know if it's been updated for the most recent version. I mean, you have a friend that buys them and cuts them open and makes zippered bags out of them? Out of what? Warm Shadow? Was more of a problem to fix things after updates than it was worth? What do you mean, fix things? Updates don't come out that often. Getting started guide on with the wiki is my favorite. Oh, the Beanie Babies. Oh, really? Okay, that's funny. That's actually really funny. Someone should buy Beanie Babies and make masks out of them. I wonder if that's like doable. Which must let it. Okay. Installing a tile set is drag drop thing into the it's drag and drop an image into a folder, and then edit a text file and launch the game. That's how hard it is to install a tile set. It's not hard. It's not work even. Christ. Man, humans bring us one lead bar. A real tile set is change 2 lines of text and drag and drop a few things. But then you have to install the lazy noob. I don't know. People have a weird definition of work when it comes to installing tile sets. It's not hard. It took me 3 minutes to figure out how to install Space Fox for the first time. You might have like started playing right in the middle of an update cycle because like for DF, you won't get an update for a year plus, and then there will be like 5 updates in a week. And then we won't get an update for like the last update was in February. And we got like what 5 updates in like a 3-week period or so. They were all like little bug fixes, just back to back to back to back to back. To keep the viewers within the family. Cheers, man. Hope Curie said hi. I was probably still awake. I was in a meeting when I hosted you last night. Like, I was actively, like, voice chatting with 6 people. So. And, Dwarves have arrived to trade now. Actually, how many wagons did they bring? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, 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 that's it. 7. Started was one of those update cycles. I found it difficult to remember how to do it each time. Maybe I'm just like a superhuman freak because I find that stuff stupidly easy. Like, I read a guide on how to install a tile set once, and I just do it. Just like the famous Star Wars line says, I just do it. And I've had no problems since. Whenever an update comes, I just install a new thing. Mr. Floofers, first off, that's a fun name to say, so bonus points. But thank you very much for that Twitch Prime subscription, edging us ever so close back up to that 300 sub mark. Cheers, man. Thank you very much. Means a lot. Enjoy the stupid skulls and the Dwarf emotes. You can now crypt blank like the rest of us. And chat's already doing the round of beers, but can we get a proper big old round of beers for the brand new subscription to the channel? Thank you very much for helping me do this full time. Mev's tile set still works with Masterwork Dwarf Fortress, though, correct? But not outside of Masterwork. I know that Space Fox works just fine right now, which is a very popular one. Repetition helps. I think if you fall into limbo. See, this is why, Barb, I always recommend, and I know that like half the chat will disagree with me on this, but to new people getting into DF, play vanilla. Play vanilla for your first 5 to 10 hours. And then if you are finding vanilla to be cumbersome, and if you dislike vanilla, then move to Lazy Noob Pack. Don't start with Lazy Noob Pack, because Ventilanger also works. I recommend starting with vanilla and manually installing a tile set and twiddling with the notepad files for the first couple of hours. And the reason I recommend that is because you should learn how to do all that stuff. So when there is an update and you want to try the features in the new update and DF Hack isn't updated, Lazy Noob Pack isn't updated, you know how to do that stuff well enough so that you can play it. From retrieving stuff from the caverns, forbid it all. I can show you in a second. I don't have any caverns in the fortress, but you can do a mass forbid. Otherwise, they're just going to run straight out into the caverns and go collect all of the webs and stuff. I mean, you can turn off auto loom, which is probably what they're doing, is looming the thread or, like, gathering corpses, but... Or, you know, put a door up and lock it. Or put up a drawbridge and lock it. But if you just want them to run out and stop collecting stuff, forbid everything that's out there. With layers of each. Also, yeah, I would recommend setting up a drawbridge or trapdoor or some sort of lockable thing to keep the trolls, crundles, and various other little critters that hide down in the caverns from getting into the fortress, because, I don't know, they smell and need a shower, probably. And sometimes they'll eat your cats. Which is bad. But the way you do a mass forbid is you hit D, pop up this menu, you hit B, okay, and then you'll get mass claim, which is C, mass forbid items, which is F, mass meltdown items, remove melt, mass dump, remove dump, which is capital D, hide items in buildings, unhide items in buildings, but what you want is F, so you hit D, B, F, and then select the area that you want to forbid the items. So let's say I want to forbid all items on this layer. I'll go D, B, F, and I'll forbid everything that's here. All the way across, press F, it all goes green. They're all forbidden. None of these items can be used. Let's say I want to do that on multiple layers. I go down a few layers and press F, and it'll forbid everything. Now I need to reclaim everything because I just forbid my whole fort. Yes. And if you just forbid everything, cavern layer down, they won't go out there and grab anything. Also, you should probably build a drawbridge lever setup. There's actually a video on my YouTube channel, which is a clip from my stream from the other day on how to connect a drawbridge. Oh, and also how to auto collect. Yeah. So if you hit O, it'll open up the orders menu, which is a very helpful menu to know how to find because you can do all sorts of fun things like auto forbid stuff. But if you go into the orders menu and you hit capital W and you hit L, you can turn off auto loom thread. So currently I have auto loom all thread on. Spiderwebs count as threads, so if there's spiderwebs in the cavern layer, they'll just run out and grab the thread. You can also set it to auto loom dyed thread. I don't worry about that. I just leave auto loom all thread turned on all the time for this fortress because I'm constantly just like processing plants on repeat and pressing and making pigtail cloth out of that. So O, capital W on that list, and it'll take you into workshops. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situations. There is much to share. We have updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Please bring us all the fucking wood. All of it. All of it, all of it, all of it, all of it. We have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Grand Craftsdorf ship. Well then, we have finalized the export agreement. Although I look forward to our meeting next year. Of course, our fortunes rise and fall together. But yeah. Also, if you just hit W on this list without hitting capital W, they'll ignore all wood and will not gather wood. So make sure you don't hit that button. Also, if you hit capital F, you can automatically forbid used ammunition, ammunition, not animation. You can auto-claim your dead, auto-claim death items, all that fun stuff. I'm going to claim used ammunition because I didn't realize I actually had that on. It'll make hunting easier. They'll automatically claim bolts after they shoot them at animals and go pick them up. You always started with vanilla. You can't use lazy noob pack. You find it annoying. I actually think that lazy noob pack's prevalence and constant recommendation is part of what scares people away from Dwarf Fortress. I might be wrong. And there's certainly people that disagree with me on that. But I think that there's an element of every single tutorial suggesting lazy noob pack and DF hack adds multiple layers of daunting to DF. DF in and of itself is actually rather approachable if you've played asking games before, but the moment you have Lazy Noob Pack and DF Hack running and Dwarf Therapist running, it gives you not one, not two, but 3 extra windows that open up when you launch DF. Which I personally found, at least at the start, significantly more intimidating than just starting up DF, making it full screen, and playing. Also, it hurts the stability of the game rather heavily. Yeah, it also lets you save anywhere at any time and quick save, but it also makes the game less stable. Like on this fortress, I've had 2 crashes. 2 crashes. But enjoy your lurks, Zapdos. You just plan on playing vanilla with just the game window? Yeah, no, totally. I mean, like, that's what I will always recommend is, like, if you want to watch a video tutorial, watch Krug Smash's first Fortress tutorial, but download a more recent version of that tile set because that old one will actually crash your game in certain situations. Just play vanilla for the first little bit. At the very little bit. Really? Dwarf, how often did you get crashes previously, Spitalier? Oh, I fucking hate the term Lazy Noob Pack. If they called it, like, Quick Start Pack or something, I think that would be a much nicer, or, like, Beginner Pack or something. Or, heck, call it Therapist Pack. Everyone still calls it LNP. It's called Starter Pack now, isn't it? If I'm not mistaken. You use Krugs? Is it? Okay, fair enough. Everyone still calls it LNP, though. Turkey? Ooh. I need a... You have a turkey hen? You have a duck? They do. They brought a turkey. They brought me turkey. I'm very excited. We'll be having turkeys. Turkey leather for everybody. All right, trade. I need to make a turkey coop. You know, let's keep turkeys up here because I've needed to do something with this room for a while, so. PYLNP. That it just Lazy Noob Pack across the top in large image. Yeah, they I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Lazy Noob Pack sounds like one thing to me. 4chan! It just sounds like something you'd read on 4chan. It doesn't sound like something you'd read on a gaming forum in 2020. It sounds like something I would read and joke about on 4chan in 2006. That's what it sounds like. Like, it sounds like old internet shit. Some communities have a much nicer noob than others, though. It isn't always a bad thing. What do you mean? Like the term noob? What do you mean by nicer noob? If it were noob, I might agree. I mean, NEWB and N00B to me read the exact same way. But then again, I'm also one of those people who believes that video games shouldn't have an easy mode. They should have accessible mode, normal mode, and hard mode. and then maybe others in the middle. Because as somebody who is visually disabled, there are certain styles of games I am physically incapable of playing on the hard or even normal difficulty in some cases. So to me, I'm not going to say it's offensive, but it's certainly a little bit demeaning saying you play baby mode or you play easy mode, right? I don't know. I'm one of those people. You can agree or disagree. I don't care, frankly. You know what is a nice term for new players is a new player. Smile. Beginner. You know, like NEWB and NOOB, I've never seen used as a non-derogatory term. It's always kind of a, oh, you're a noob, kind of side-handed, like backhanded slap in the ass. Get going, newbie. Fresh meat for the grinders. I'm a new player. Where's the drugs? Can I make the dwarves smoke leaf every day? Game has hemp. Where's the cannabis? How do I make the dwarves eat each other? New player, smile. I'm so excited for the Steam version to come out. My God. Jokes aside, though. We have hemp? We do, yeah. There's hemp in DF. Did you not know that there's hemp in DF? It's like what 80% of the elves' clothes are made of. It's for paper, fabric, a lot of bags. You didn't. Well, hold on. Do I have hemp? I know for a fact I have hemp bags and hemp cloth. Hemp does not equal weed. Yes. Different breed, similar family of plant. Do I have hemp? I don't, apparently. Trial tards? Oh, that's disgusting. Yeah, I mean, you know, you literally just listed in one sentence, Spitalier, why I stopped playing MWO. Because that game is really good, I think, if you have a crew of people to play it with. But my God, they are asinine to new players. Like, that is one of the most unwelcoming communities I've ever run into, unfortunately. Like, I was very put off by the community of that game. I need a furniture stockpile down here. I'm actually just going to get rid of this top one and make a furniture stockpile. MechWarrior Online, yeah. MWO. Yeah, no, and that's how that game works, Spitalier. I don't know. I really like MechWarrior as a franchise, but I can't get into MWO. That being said, I am... hemp. They brought us a hemp loincloth? That's funny. Although I am sitting here patiently waiting for the Steam release of MechWarrior 5 Mercenaries. Not because I want to buy it again. I have it on Epic, but I want that to drop so that I have reason to stream it again. Because that game's pretty fucking fun, I'm not gonna lie. Fucking fun. It was a good time, and I enjoyed it. DLC in December? I mean, I don't care about DLC. I want it to launch on Steam. But I do need to play more MechWarrior 5, because, God, that game was a fun Fun weekend. I put like 20 hours in that over a weekend, and it was a good fucking weekend. That game's not very good. Like, I'm gonna be completely blunt. It's very rough. It's very much like a 7 to 6.5 out of 10 for me. But the thing that it does well, which is just driving mechs around and blowing shit up, just feels so good. It's very much not a game I'll recommend to anybody unless you already own it. They renewed their license for 5 years? What do you mean? Oh, like the exclusivity to Epic for 5 years? Because that's sad if that's the case. How do investments work? You get 2 tickets every hour, and it's a 45% chance for you to, or 47% chance for you to win 75% payout increase on top of what you invested, and they run every 45 minutes. Exclamation point tickets to see how many you have. Exclamation point invest in the number you want to invest. Everybody knows exactly one dude who is heavily into MWO. Everyone knows one guy. Everyone knows one person who's way into MechWarrior Online. Oh, okay, gotcha. They got another 5 years. I mean, it's not like it's particularly valuable. I just want Harebrained Schemes to get full control over it. Is it the same dude, though? Maybe. I mean, I lie. I know about 5 or 6 people that are very into MechWarrior Online. I know a dude who streams a shit ton of BattleTech and makes a living off of a YouTube channel dedicated to MechWarrior Online, so... I don't know. I grew up on MechWarrior. I have a very soft spot in my heart for MechWarrior. Neil, thanks for the host. Cheers, man. We're gonna get attacked by buzzards. That blows. Trying to think what I can do. You need a project. I need a project. What's this? What's the little tower I built over in the corner? What if I build a bridge from over there to over here? For no particular reason. And your aura kawaii painted on it. You're weeb trash and I respect it. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to put roofing on this. This will be a project. Because I need something to do with all this diorite. I got a lot of diorite. I'm gonna put a roof over my little stream here. Maple logs. You know, this is gonna continue to be my biggest request from Tarn. As a simple Canadian, I have one bloody request. Actually, 2 requests. I want beavers that will dam your creeks and make beaver dams and live in little beaver lodges and like go around and cut down trees and cause water to pool. But you know, that's besides the point. The actual feature request that I have is I want maple trees with harvestable maple syrup. The way dwarves would harvest maple syrup is they would grab a bucket, right? They'd grab a bucket, and then they'd run to the tree, and they would put a bucket next to the tree, and they would tap the side of the tree with whatever tool, maybe a pickaxe, or an axe even. Actually, we could just make it an axe. And then they would collect maple syrup or maple sap, and then they'd take it into a barrel or actually no, into a bucket. And then they'd take the bucket back to a, probably not a still, probably the kitchen. And then it would just become maple syrup. They could cook it into maple syrup, and it would be a sweetener. You still try to make an otter pit in DF to try to get FG to... Wait, what? Oh. I mean... My Halloween fort had many, many, many otters run onto the map and get murdered. Screw pump the tree. And just spray maple syrup everywhere. I'm not going to say that that's a bug that should happen when that patch comes out, but that's a bug that should happen when that patch comes out, yeah. Just make a maple syrup moat. The most Canadian fort. And then, like... solidify the syrup into blocks and make walls of syrup blocks and just build a fortress out of maple syrup. Can somebody release this mod so that I can do this for Canada Day, please? Somebody make this mod. I need it by July next year. You got a lot of time. Because I will absolutely 100,000% play that for one day. Maple syrup, tree resin. I want to be able to make blocks out of maple. That smell amazing. Are you kidding? You would just get cavities by walking into the fortress. Another feature you'd love for the game but wouldn't use often? I mean, it should be there. Because then you could, like, specialize forts around it for funsies. Also, then you could make, like, maple beer, which, by the way, I've had and is tasty. Maple beer is delicious. Early in your DF career, you thought you needed something other than alcohol for your dwarves and couldn't find water, so you spent all your embark points on milk, hoping they'd drink it when it dried up. Ancient Chemist, hello. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Can dwarves get diabetes? No. I don't think there is autoimmune disorders in DF yet. I'm sure it'll happen one day, though. Although, I have this bad feeling that the vast majority of dwarves would get type 2 diabetes. Type 2 from too much maple syrup? Or dwarven syrup. I mean, there's other things they could eat. I mean, dwarves eat a lot of really, like, protein-heavy foods. In a lot of cases. I don't think they really eat a lot of carbs. I mean, I've probably lost forts due to type 1 diabetes. Like, me just getting frustrated because my blood sugar is out of fucking whack. Depopulated during World Gen. I mean, right now it's just called zombification. You know, it's funny. I've had people ask if DF has, like, infectious diseases. And outside of wareism, we don't. And, you know, frankly, I think we're better off for it. Like, out of all of the things that Tarn could add to DF to improve DF, except for maybe, like, adding the common cold, right? Like, Dwarf gets a little moody for a couple days and coughs a little bit. Outside of adding that, I don't see it benefiting the game at all. Unless, like, you know, maybe elves could get, like, an elf-specific disease to just make them die off in World Gen. How'd Dwarf dig? With their frickin' hands. How Clino Dev. You could take that one of two ways. I know. You could, like, tell me how you develop things, or you could take it as a how are you. It was intended as a how are you.
This is madness! Madness. Stoned hobo.
Yeet. No hobo, this is Patrick. I almost never make that joke, but every now and again I feel like I need to. You know, I'm going to speed this up. I have the power to speed this up. Why don't I just fucking speed this up? I'm roofing off a small... Come on, game. I need blocks. I realize there's 14,000 of them, and that's hard for you to contemplate, but, like... Block. I'm using up materials that I have. That's what I'm doing. Also need to forbid all of the logs, which I'm too lazy to do. And all the bars. Never mind, this isn't speeding anything up. How does it look like it's running? The only thing that doesn't run well is this screen, the block screen. It takes for freaking ever to actually select blocks. Aside from that, it's running just fine. No issues. I mean, you can extract fruit from their branches. Does that count as extracting something from a tree? Why are those all canceling? I'm very confused. Item lost or destroyed? I beg to differ. Maybe it's because it got forbidden and then unforbidden. Will that one get forbidden? You vastly overestimate, Clino, that I ever look at Discords outside of necessity. I'm a very busy individual. So if there was news, especially news today, no, I haven't seen it because I woke up at 8:30 in the morning and immediately started streaming. So no, if there was Victoria news, I haven't looked at it. Also, I only check Twitter maybe once a week these days for my own sanity. So I wouldn't see anything on Twitter. So no, I have not heard the Victoria news. Apologies for not keeping up on everything related to Kit Fox games. I'm not nearly as active on those Discords as you. I have my own Discords to manage. I know that, like, Victoria is getting new employment, but outside of that, no, I've not. Randomly generated diseases during World Gen. Kill me now. I mean, good for her. Shrug? Good for her? I don't know. I'm kind of indifferent on Among Us. But they fucking need somebody running their community that's good at their jobs, so. Good for Victoria. Alright, who's Kit Fox hiring? Because that's what I care about more. Not me, I can tell you that. Although, how is she gonna be, like, super horny on main for swords if she's the community manager for Inner Sloth? Is this a Sky Fortress? No, it's not. It's a really, 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 really big pit fortress. But yeah, no, that's gonna be a fucking busy Victoria. Or as Eric Shadowblade said in comments, it's a giant open grave. Yeah, I don't envy that. It also shows how quickly Inner Sloth has grown because they didn't have a community person. Their Discord is maxed out. They have to bump somebody so the community manager can join. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I wouldn't envy that. Personally, just me. I would not want to work at a studio that size. By that size, I mean that big a game with that small a team. Because, like, yeah, they were 3 people. Now 4. Yeah, no, that's wild. I mean, best of luck. Hats off to Victoria. Makes sense why she took it, though. I mean, 139 gobos, easy. 1 dwarf can take 13, so you're fine. Are we talking about Among Us or Dwarf Fortress, Ancient? Because yes, DF is very much still under active development. Never stopped. And so is Among Us. In fact, they canceled the sequel to keep working on the first one because of its out of nowhere massive popularity. Well, not totally out of nowhere, but massive surge in popularity. It was like a, if I recall correctly, or if I have my facts correct rather, it was a project made by a small team that had made several other games in the past, but it was a project that they never expected to succeed, and it was kind of just a dream project for them. So it's actually like kind of a really sweet story. The fact that that game blew up and became one of the biggest games in the world. It's one of those studios and stories that I hope gets a documentary made about them at some point. Because I'd love to, like, hear that story from their point of view. It really shows the power of influencers, broadcasters, content creators, YouTubers, streamers. The ability that they have to make something just suddenly the most popular thing in the planet. Because it wasn't even a new game. It had been out for a year. You're sure No Clip's already working on it? I think they did an interview, or they're doing an interview with them on their podcast, but I don't think they have anything in the works for that because they're currently pretty busy still working on Sega shit. His early days working on DF? Have you listened to the interviews that I did with him? Well, not necessarily about the early days, but I know people just like listening to Tarn talk, and you can hear him talk on my YouTube channel. Smile. I mean, I'm gonna sound like a vain twat when I say this, but I like re-listening to my own interviews with Tarn. And I have I've grown to like the No Clip piece. I actually very much disliked it the first time I saw it. It was one of the first things that No Clip put out that I was genuinely disappointed by. Oddly enough. I was very disappointed by it, even though it, like, boosted the crap out of my YouTube channel when it came out. I was genuinely disappointed by it initially. Yeah, I've gone back and read it ages ago. He's certainly gotten better at public speaking since then. Although I do wonder if he even has chat open when he's on my stream, or if he just like pops in and chats. I know that like usually like he did say happy birthday Clino Dev by the end, but it was also because I pointed it out. I do wonder. Yeah, exactly, which is why it was disappointing. Because it's like, I don't know, I was very much expecting more from No Clip, I guess. But the fact that they were just like, Dwarf Fortress looks like this, and I feel like if you're going to make a mini-doc about DF, you should use vanilla DF, not screenshots from a Krug Smash video of a screen that most people probably will never see. Like, realistically, most players who play DF will literally never... I'll show it in a second. Once I'm done assigning all this last piece of walls, but... most people who play DF will literally never see the faction alignment screen. Because this, the holding screen, no one's ever going to see this screen. Like, realistically, you have to play DF for a long time to actually fucking find this screen. Also, some news. Normal group channel became the queen. We have a new queen as of the year number 101. Our king died? Holy shit. Sorry. That or he just got demoted. Esm Wildclustered has been replaced by a new queen. All hail the queen, Nomal. Group channel. What, the fact that literally nobody knows about that screen? I mean, I'm fairly sure you're probably correct. It's very much a massive nitpick. I mean, for whatever it's worth, Clino, I did apply for that job. Also got a very polite decline, which is totally fair. Not even remotely qualified. In fact, I more applied as a joke so that a friend of mine would stop bugging me. But, damn. Well, not as a joke, but just so that my friend would stop bugging me. But damn, that's weird. Also, this is new. Maffel, Esteemed Knives, became the mayor of the Gem of Funerals by replacing Usharir. Construct splashes. Lots of drama today going on in the world, eh? But at the same time, I do think that the no clip DF interview or Tarn interview is a excellent primer of the, not the lore of Dwarf Fortress, but the lore of the development of Dwarf Fortress, I guess. Like, if you've never seen or heard of DF before, the no-clip video is a excellent primer if you've never heard of the game before. But for anybody who's played the game for any extended period of time, it's very disappointing. Can't escape the Dwarven politics. Man, politics in my video games is supposed to be a politic-free zone. No politic here. We don't ever discuss politics. Definitely didn't just, like, do that for, what, 2 hours, 3 hours yesterday? Long list about Dwarven politics. I'm actually kind of surprised we didn't get a notification about that. You'd think that would be, like, big enough for an in-game notification. Gotta love just building vanity projects, because that's all that we're doing. Oh, you're sure it was a legitimate succession? I mean, the old king is still supposedly at war. It would be really nice to see my faction actually expand instead of just being at war with one goblin civ for all eternity. I just keep going through the same screen because I keep missing it. Speak softly and carry a big stick. I mean, yeah, so the old king, Asm Wildcloistered, is, as of the year 100, was still marching on Spidery Desert. But as of the year 101, Nomal group channeled became the queen. So do we think he died in battle? Do you think the king died in battle? Because I think that's a very legitimate possibility. Regardless, though, I'm going to leave that speculation up to you guys because I'm getting hungry. Quite hungry. You guys can follow Gimper the Second. Legends Modo. Not in this fort. We'll check Legends in 4 years. When we hit 100 years in game, I will be doing a Legends stream. So probably Thursday this week. We'll do a Legends mode stream of this. And I'll also release the save publicly so you guys can go through it as well. That being said, I'm going to go get me my sandwich. It's going to take me a minute because I got to do some insulin shit. So that'll take me a mo. But seriously, though, we've got a large audience here today, right? Normally, this is kind of like a 60 to 80 viewer stream, and we got 97 people. And we've been sitting pretty steady at that all day. So thank you very much to everybody who's kind of hanging out today. And here's to anybody who came in from hosts, because I know we got a few. But big thank you to all the recent subscribers, those of you who've cheered today as well. I do this full time, so you guys are my livelihood, believe it or not. I live off of literally the generosity of strangers. I almost said a generation of strangers. The generosity of strangers. So thanks for supporting the stupid shit that I do over here. I'm gonna go get me my sandwich, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. BRB. All right, I return. Sorry, it took me a minute or so longer than I wanted because I apparently am not about to die, but low enough that I could die, so, you know. Yeah, I mean, it explains why I was getting a little bit hangry. I was getting a little twitchy. I needed food. Hello, Cyrulac. How we doing? I'm not cool enough to have an insulin pump. Because I'm a newbie. One day, my actual, like, end game goal is I want an insulin pump, and I also want to get a CGM if they ever get covered by medical here. Because right now they're $200 every 14 days, which is a wee bit out of my budget. But, if I ever got to a point where I could afford a CGM, or if CGMs got covered by medical care here, continuous glucose monitor, which is, yeah, Lump nailed it. You can get ones with Bluetooth connectivity. So I could literally get a script for my bot that would let you guys check my blood sugar in real time, which is way too stupid, and I want that so bad. Can't even describe. It's like, is streamer being bitchy? Checks blood sugar. I think we found the problem. Not quite an implant, but almost. It's less of an implant and more of a, like a personal IV. They are friggin' expensive, yeah. You know what's ironic? Is in Quebec, Canada, CGMs are covered for all diabetics, period. Nothing else is. What CGMs are, which is fucking moronic. Although everything else is, if you're born in Quebec, if you're born outside of Quebec and you moved to Quebec, not covered. That's accurate, Nicky Knack. They're free here, though. Well, they're free for me. I have a $300 deductible. They're about 40 bucks for 100 here. So, about a month's worth, about 40 bucks. No, they totally are. I know. That's generally how all Canadians who don't live in Quebec feel about everything Quebec does. What the fuck, Quebec? Stop it! It's like probably how most of the states feels about Florida. It's like, what? Why? Why you do this? But yeah, no. Exactly, Clennel. Which is part of the reason why, like, I probably could already have a pump if I really tried. I don't really want one. Everything that I have is covered. The only thing that isn't covered is lancets, but lancets come in boxes of 100. Those are the things that you stab your finger with, right? Those come in boxes of 100. They're 15 bucks a box, and I use maybe one a day. So I can afford $15 every couple months. Fortunately, I don't have to pay for insulin. If I lived in the States, I'd be super fucked to the point where I probably wouldn't be able to stream full-time anymore because I'd have to probably move back in with my parents, probably go get whatever job I could get that had any kind of health insurance, or live on disability and just survive and exist versus continuing to stream. So I'm lucky I'm in Canada. If I wasn't in Canada, I'd be fucked. That's healthcare here? Yeah. No, I have a few friends who are type 1 diabetics in the States that are just kind of screwed. I got into an argument with Cheers Jamie. That was satisfying. That's not good, Sparkly. You shouldn't feel good about getting into an argument with Cheers Jamie, especially considering Cheers Jamie is like the fucking strongest military dwarf we have. They have day jobs. Or donate all of the money that they make to charity and live on disability. But generally, they have day jobs that have insurance. Because, like, $600 a month for insulin is not entirely affordable on most streamers' salary.
Many people ask me, Nikita, the blin.
Rhinestone, we need to do an episode on all of the popular bands that keep putting out music. Because fucking AC/DC's putting out new music in 2020. That's where we're at this point. Fucking AC/DC's putting out music. The hell's happening? Is contemptuous after getting into an argument. Interested after watching a performance. But then the last season was interested after watching performance. You're not colorblind, that's just Ryan. No, what a weird goddamn year indeed. AC/DC can get fucked. I mean, I just want to talk shit about AC/DC for 10 minutes. I think that we're both entirely capable of doing that, right? 5 minutes each? Yeah, sweet, excellent, let's do it. Although, did that new Nickelback actually come out? Because if those new Nickelback songs came out, we should do a podcast episode that's just you and me talking shit about Nickelback, AC/DC, and all the other artists we don't like, which means you can talk about System of a Down if you actually dislike them that much. And then I will cry in a corner. Becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, often filled with joy. Always acts with mercy at the and compassion at the forefront of her considerations. This is my military dwarf. We just don't like them. Fair enough. Here's a reason to like them, though. All of the proceeds from all of their merch sales off of those the two singles that they put out go to the Armenia Fund to help people that have been displaced, which is awesome. But compared to Alabama Man is just surfing on tornadoes. I like that my king of the military is like this super soft dwarf. It's kind of amazing. Good evening, Goffer. How is you? Calm demeanor, grateful when others help her out, tries to return favors. Tries to do things correctly each time. This is a dwarf that grew up in this fort. Was born in the year 18. 83 years old. My god. Grow up so fast. By the way, if anybody wants to know what I'm talking about, as Ryan hasn't done it yet, Audio Tapes and Visual Drugs is a podcast that me and Ryan do together, which is literally just me and him babbling about music and sometimes beer and sometimes movies and sometimes TV shows. Generally music, though. Wait, what? Why are you chaining up Stone too? Oh no, there must have been a mandate while I was gone. Sorry, Stone? Of course they chain up the new guy. Guilty after being confined. Uh-oh. How long is the sentence? Or Stone 3. 112 days in prison! Holy shit! That's a long time. The guilt is almost unbearable. Apologies. The mandatory prison sentence where we discover whether or not you're mentally strong enough to handle. You'll be okay. You feel gratitude for receiving water, pleasure near a fine bed, enjoyment remembering playing with the toy axe, felt... Wait, what? Oh, you're okay, you are 13 years old, so I guess that makes it... Yeah, you'll be okay. She's fine. All right, I need to put nest boxes in with my turkeys. Guilty until proven innocent, right? Guilty, and we're not going to give you the opportunity to prove yourself innocent because you're guilty, okay? Any questions? Imagine just like finally getting to lay your egg and then immediately having a dwarf show up and take it. Imagine. I'm gonna wait for this thing to lay another egg. I can forbid it. Also, Ryan, I cried laughing when you sent me that meme. I laughed so hard. I'm glad that the guy was okay because it doesn't make me feel bad. Otherwise, I would have genuinely felt bad. You could post it in chat. I don't care. That shit's over now, so it's funny. Like, eh. It's not like the police would arrest somebody if they weren't guilty. I mean, old white people juries and Japan right now. Japan's legal system is terrifying. Here, you know what? I'll post it. This is the thing that Ryan sent me. Ryan sent this to me and I immediately forwarded it to a handful of people because of how fucking funny it is. F1 memes. Political F1 memes. Specifically. Like, I spat out my water when I saw that. I mean, I didn't need that to know why you followed them, but yeah. I need another furniture stockpile. Excellent viral marketing, I'll say that. Oh, obviously. Perfect. I need more coffee. Lowest number of murder rates in the world. A host of one of the podcasts I listen to. Is a British bloke who lives in Japan. He works at a game studio out there. And he got there was some sort of commotion and somebody got murdered in his building. And they immediately blamed him and arrested him. And he literally had multiple alibis that were in the room with him. And wasn't even in the building at the time of the murder or the commotion. Of course, I get my one ticket back. And the only reason he got out of it was because he got the police officers to phone his girlfriend, who's just like, yes, he was hanging out with me at the time in like a different like end of the city. He was at the other end of the city that he lives in. Because he's just like, yeah, no, if they arrested him, he would have been done. It was terrifying. Japanese police are scary. Especially if you're a foreigner. Sounds kind of sus. Sounds like the Japanese political system. Also, Clinodev, you might not be worrying about what Kit Fox is going to do now that they don't have Victoria. Or you might be trying not to worry. I'm trying not to worry, and I'm being extremely unsuccessful at trying not to worry. I'm very much panicking. Because I don't give a shit. Lump. Frankly. There was a point where I was kind of closed about it, but like... I mean, if people dislike me because of my political opinions, then they have a problem with themselves that they need to examine. Because if you're not capable of having a functional discussion with somebody about something that you disagree with without getting upset, then... And if you dislike somebody for having a different opinion than you on that as a basis, then I have a very serious question. It's just like if your religion tells you to kill people, you probably need a different religion. And you're probably in a cult. If your politics tell you that you can't discuss with people of differing opinions, you probably need to rethink your political leaning. Because people are afraid that if they share their political opinions, people will walk away. I mean, I'm very much in the legalize all, or not legalize, but decriminalize all drugs. Support everybody, work together, fix the environment. That's like, I don't see the insanity of that. My political leaning tells me to consider leaving the planet, but I don't really have much of an option. So, I mean, I have a small platform, and it's not much of a platform, but, you know, generally, I think the people who watch my stream aren't too far off of what I think. And you also got to remember that, like, literally my best friend is very much a conservative. And always has some argument for everything that I have to say. And it's part of the reason he's my best fucking friend, is because, like, we can just play Hunter Call of the Wild on a Friday for 4 hours and argue about politics while he's drinking and just have a great old time. And we're very excited for Fishing Simulator 2, although I keep telling him we should just play Russian fishing, but he insists on paying money for games and not playing free-to-play stuff. So we're looking forward to Fishing Simulator 2 because he liked Fishing Simulator. Oh, no, totally. But last I checked, so is Earth. Have you seen people who live in the States? Like, Jesus. Country might as well not be hospitable anymore. It's almost as inhospitable as, like, the Yukon. Jackie! I can't remember how long this dwarf was in the fortress, but they've been around for a very long time. Legalize several drugs, decriminalize the rest. No questions. Don't criminalize people for having an addiction. That's not fair. Just period. Arrest the fucking dealers. Don't punish the users. Arrest the people that profit from that shit. So this dwarf has been in the fortress for a very long time. And was a legendary cook and a legendary brewer. Also, yes.
Jeez,
Everybody should do mushrooms once. Mandatory mushrooms. Let's go. Mandatory mushrooms is a political party I can get behind. But no, genuinely, Lump, it's a... I'm certainly not a heavily political stream. Like, a friend of mine, a.k.a. Mike B, during the entire U.S. election was literally, like, restreaming CNN streams and doing commentary over it. It's like, I'm not that political, but, like, if people want to talk about politics, I'll talk about politics. I'm going to be honest, for the exact same reason that if you want to talk about religion, I will talk about religion. What if you're allergic to mushrooms? Then maybe don't eat mushrooms. that you know, honestly, at that point, more power to you. LSD, there you go, perfect. But jokes aside about psychedelics, like if you ask me about music, I'll be honest, right? When you're watching my stream, you're watching me. You get me. If you want me, then you're here for me. If you also want dwarves in the background, that's a bonus. You know, at the end of the day, it's me. If I were to give you anything else, that would be falsifying my personality. And what the fuck's the point of that? You know? I'm not a character streamer. I don't pretend to be. I don't have a persona or anything. If you're watching my stream, it's literally just me. Ask anybody who's hung out with me. Like, I am more or less the same in person as I am on Twitch. Except I am a little bit harsher on my jokes sometimes. I can get kind of dark with my jokes in person. Not so much on Twitch, because I know some people, you know, trauma can be a big fucking thing, and I will openly just, like, make fun of death and stuff like that, because I'm a very nihilistic person in reality. But on stream, I'm a little bit more controlled in that regard. That's about it. You really should have streamed politics. Fuck, you'd have pulled some viewers with your hot takes. I mean, never too late, Ryan. Never too late! But anyway, so back on topic with DF. Jackie was our brewer and our cook for a very, very, very long time. Never tantrumed, never even got upset, was always a very happy dwarf. I don't think ever married or had any kids, but Jackie will be missed. And you know what? Jackie was legendary enough that I'm going to make Jackie a statue. means another slot's opening up. Which also means Jackie needs a thing assigned. Some kind of coconut curry? Pilot had curry on Discord earlier. Please no curry talk, because Ryan's in a hurry. You know, honestly, as somebody who's never done psychedelics but would if given the opportunity, I would probably want to start off with something a little bit less intense than that, Leno, purely for the fact that I need to know exactly what the fuck my body's doing at all times. So I'd have to go really mild because I don't want to go low and go into a coma. Because that would be bad. But one of these days I'll try mushrooms when given the opportunity. Oh, totally. Let's say it like seems like it lasts for a long time. Yeah. Not a big fan of alcohol either. Do what works for you, man. At the end of the day, just do what fucking works for you. Alcohol's terrible for you. Weed's terrible for you. Everything's terrible for you. We're all dying, so you know. Makes you happy? Just roll with it. Waiting for them to come haul this corpse. But no one's got the job set. And I'm seeing people canceling. So let's try this. I had like problems with them actually putting... Let's just try letting time pass a little bit. Nobody's storing item in tomb. Man, they're all emptying out Jackie's broom, and Jackie also had a basement suite. Jackie owned hundreds of items. Like, look at all of this stuff up here. Also, the tribute has arrived, Stone, if you're here. Otherwise, I'll screenshot it. Ah, there we go. Petra's got it. Excellent. Oh, hey, Vinsati grew up. There it goes. Perfect. Also, need to place those black bronze statues here. It's a commemorative 100 years set of statues. All right. Let's check this. From the group of Alchemy, Spring 102. Oh, man. They did it again. Big spenders. Yeah, those good humans bring us lots of stuff. Hey, you know, Stone, they're actually just doing you a favor. They're giving you, like, a break in your paperwork. One freaking sandy clay. This won't take 12 minutes. No, it won't. Not at all. I'll be quick. One sandy clay they brought us. I'm honored that they brought us such a... Oh my god. So the majority of the clothing in the top half of this was all Jacky's. And they're still clearing out his unit. All of that, those dwarves that are like running in and out of that one bedroom up here in the corner suite, that was Jacky's bedroom. They are still clearing it out. He's been dead for 13 days. They're still clearing it out. My god. There's so much stuff. An elven caravan has arrived to trade. All right. Also, you should listen to the episode called that we did about how have a good trip on audio tapes and visual drugs. Me and Ryan's podcast. Because have a good trip. That's a good Netflix documentary. I enjoyed it. Even though like half the people in that documentary are dead, which is a little odd. That's not totally true. Not half of them, but at least 2 of them are. Unrelated to the fact that they did psychedelics, but only 2 of them? Yeah. They're still bringing fucking feather tree egg yolks. God, that's gross. Let's sell them some wine, not in a barrel, just in pots. So, Vuzel. No relation to Jackie. He is blissful, sleeping in a bedroom like a personal palace. Very happy dwarf. Likes glazed lead and mudstone. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Grizzly bear leather and lilac waves. Bucklers and bushmasters. For their deadly bite. I'll rate it as sand out of loam. Stone. I'm gonna give you brewing. Because I need a brewer. Because my brewer just permanently retired. My apologies, we are still unloading. People will be ready soon. Alrighty. Oh yeah, Ryan, I have to confirm. Proteus. Sorry, I had a DM I had to respond to. Proteus. It's very, very good. That's my review from what I've seen of the first level. My review of the first level. It's very, very good. Also, I'm going to stream that probably in about an hour. Picture Point has become a peasant. I mean, we all knew that Picture Point was a peasant, right, chat? I mean, like, come on. Although he finally growed it up. What does Picture Point want to do with his life? In terms of crafting a masterwork, we can make that happen. Personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected. Ooh. Revels in chaos and discord and encourages it whenever possible. Well, all right, PP. You're joining the military, first and foremost. But you dream of crafting a masterwork someday. Don't have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Aragon tooth. Dark tan and picks and shields and earrings. All right. You know, you strike me as a dwarf that would like this kind of stuff. But get the military up and running. Let's see what Picture Point thinks of being in the military. 12-year-old. Brand new to the military. Bubba went to sleep. This dwarf is walking so slowly. Iron Greaves. You know, it must just be like all of the metal that he just put on, the iron helm and the iron greaves. Just look at how slow he's moving. He is weak and clumsy and remarkably flimsy. That would be why you're moving so slowly. He's carrying iron armor. He's just like, oh God, can't do it. Come on, Dwarf, you can do it. Get down to the individual combat drills. Go train with the masters. Oh, never mind. He's gonna go get a snack first. I'm really curious about what this dwarf thinks of the military. I'm gonna kind of babysit him for a little bit. Also, not 100% positive on this, but there's a certain possibility there will be a night stream today. Certain possibility. Also, I should check in with Stone. Stone is still... Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Stone, please. Not like this. How much time do you have left in prison? "49 days. Hang in there, Stone. Hang in there, man. Yeah, she is so young. 13. Which means we can still recover her, you know? We've had other dwarves that have been far further gone and that have recovered completely, so. I mean, you're still having the majority of your thoughts are positive. And you really like those fine vertical bars. You know, some bands, I think, run their band camp real well. And then some just feel like spam whenever they send out a message. Yeah, I can't wait for this fort to hit year 100. Just being able to say that I kept the fort alive for 100 years in game is kind of wild to me. Wait, hold on, what? Okay, I know. I already saw that one. So I'm really curious to see if our new queen is just going to continue on the legend. 155 years old? Oh, geez. I didn't realize, but Eric Shadowblade's, like, ready to die, too. We're just, like, at the point now where people are just going to keel over and die constantly. That's just where we're at. I'm surprised Hobo hasn't died. Time for a death wave? You kinda. I haven't thought about death waves since City Skylines. Is your dwarf still alive? We just got a dwarf, and yeah? Alive and happy, it seems. Although you were afraid after experiencing trauma. No idea what that was, but... You seem perfectly fine-ish. You're a tanner, and you're tanning. Spook? I mean, probably. I really out of sheets? That's actually impressive. Probably actually trade with the elves. But welcome back, Gimper. I hope that your time away was good. Jackie passed away while you were gone. Jackie was our longtime chef as well as brewer. Very, very proud of that dwarf's achievements and the stuff they were able to do, considering they never even got mildly upset. Stone is currently in prison, and I'm very worried about Stone. And I'm trading with the elves. Water buffalo. They brought a unicorn. I'm just going to give them that stuff and bring... Oh, no. Prep. Two of those. Quickly run them over. Come on. Come on, dwarves. Get that stuff down here. I need to buy those that unicorn. There we go. That's more enough. There we go. Trade. So I gave them some stuff for free, and now it has a unicorn. Which is going to very much definitely go up here. The lady unicorn. Wonder if a horse and a unicorn can make babies. It'd be funny if they just made mules. Or something to that equivalent. A half-ecorn. Because they only have a half-horn. See what I did there? We have a unicorn. A unimule. A unimal? Or would it be like a yorse? It's like, maybe it would be like a bimule? Or a bihorse? Or bicorn? A yorse. See, I was thinking it yorse like as in like, yorse. But... Although a unimule would be like a unicorn slash a mule, right? A horse-like creature with a spiral horn growing from its forehead. She is fat? She is fat? Excuse me? Quit overfeeding your unicorn, you elves. God. And her skin is white, and her eyes are gold. We need to put her on her nice diet of organic grass-fed grasses. Eurosaurus? Well, hopefully the elves will bring us a male unicorn, because I really would really like to be able to train unicorns. I think that'd be fun. Also, I feel like I should build them a proper paddock. I'm gonna do that. Like, I honestly think that our animals need a proper pen. Because right now they're just kind of like up here, you know? I don't... Someone tell me, can you... Actually, I can check now, but I don't think you can war train them. Not without changing the raws. No, you can't. But unicorn horn crafts, eh? You know what I'm saying? That is something we can make happen. I still won't defend them from possible invaders, but it'll certainly look pretty. Ish. Yeah, exactly. Something like that. Kind of nice that the diorite is so easily reachable from here. Unlike up on that wall thing that I was building. But yeah, no, unicorn horn crafts are a very real thing, as well as unicorn leather. All of that stuff. They're pretty valuable trade commodities. Also, what is more kingly than consuming a healthy diet of unicorn spleen and unicorn sweetbread? Any dwarven chef would be proud to cook such a majestic beast into a majestic feast. Also, Lump, if you're still lurking, I'm curious about what prompted the question that you asked about why I wear my politics kind of on my forehead as a streamer. What kind of prompted that question, if I can ask? You're back from making a clip of the Yorse? You mean like a clip of my stream of the Yorse? Please post it in the chat so that people can see it. Has elven science gone too far? No. Not far enough, clearly. I don't know why I keep doing this backwards. I'm actively making this take more time. Habit, I guess. Put it on the DF channel as well. Now we just need to wait for all of the dwarves to get up here and build all this stuff. And I can put the horsey, the reindeer, and the unicorn in here. We can actually breed grazing creatures. So yeah, this is my soon-to-be livestock paddock. When you left earlier, you were trying to find out how to get your driver's abstract from insurance MPI to contacts to use for references, like for work stuff? Oh, also something that I will always find funny is when people are just like, early access when? On the, on the comments on the DF news updates, because it's like, I mean, it's kind of already in early access. You can just go play it. Except it's free, so... Well, I hope that, because I know that you said that you were in between jobs right now. I hope that you're able to work that shit out, yo. Because being in between jobs sucks. Not having income is scary. All right, let's get rid of this zone. So I should put a unicorn. The reindeer. And the horse. Well, my horse has been gelded. Never mind. So we can't find out if yours works or not. You're in a weird spot where you're quite skilled at some very specific jobs and you can make good money doing those jobs. But there's what, no work for those jobs right now? I mean, you also just moved, right? I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to get unicorns breeding from those elves. Very hopeful. Not the kind of position you would typically advertise. I mean, I know what you mean. Yeah, I know. Specialty work is a bitch to get reemployed in. Once you're out of work, especially. You love good corn? What do you mean by you love a good corn? Like a single corn kernel? I'm guessing you're an assassin. I have a very particular set of skills. Skills that I have acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare to people like you. If you let my daughter go, that'll be the end of it. If it's money you want, I can assure you, I can, whatever. I don't remember the rest of the quote, but I need to rewatch Taken. It's a very bad movie, but I really like it. Chad, I have a question. Does Taken kind of fit in with the great action movies of all time? Like Taken 1? Or at the very least, like, quotes-wise? Because, like, when everybody thinks of action movies, they think of, like, I'll be back, and all that kind of stuff, and get to the chopper, and they're everywhere, and all of those legendary action film lines. Does Taken fit into that? Even if just because of that one sequence where he's just, like, threatening the kidnappers? Because, like, if I had to pick a favorite quote from a movie of all time, I'd probably say Taken. Like, the rest of the movie is, like, a solid B+. Maybe B++. Like, it's a solid movie. There's just as many memes about the dialogue and the other stuff that I mentioned. I mean, like, to me, it's up there with No Luke, I Am Your Father, right? Like, it's up there with that level of, like, film infamy. I don't know. It's just one of my favorite lines from any movie ever. No, Luke, I am your father is not the actual line, or are you saying the Taken line? Taken quote. I don't know who you are. I don't know what you want. If you're looking for ransom, I can tell you that I don't have money. But what I do have are a very particular set of skills. Skills that I've acquired over a very long career. Skills that make me a nightmare for people like you. If you let my daughter go, that'll be the end of it. I will not look for you. I will not pursue you. But if you don't, I will look for you. I will find you, and I will kill you. Oh, really? Do we? I don't believe we've ever gone over this before, but I also haven't watched that movie in about 10 years, so. Is this like a Berenstain Bears situation where everybody remembers it differently? Because I swear to God, it was no Luke, I am your father, but also I believe you if I'm wrong. What? There's nothing there. Bizarre. Huh. Interesting. Is this super badass? Good luck. Click. God, I need to rewatch that movie. Even if just up to that one scene. Because at that you can just turn the movie off at that point and you're like, best film ever made. God, if Jupiter Hell ever gets a big budget, they should get a Liam Neeson voice pack. Because that would be awesome. Stone's getting released from prison. All right, it's time to babysit Stone. Such freedom I feel. Okay, then why are you still in prison? There you go. I don't see any Kias. Yeah, no, I mean, Taken 1 is a very well choreographed combat film. You know, I think this dwarf will be okay. I think this dwarf can recover. No, Stone aka MLH, not Stoned Hobo. Stoned Hobo is the one who put Stone aka MLH in prison. But, like, you know, you can keep your eye on Stoned anyway. Stoned is our glorious Mayor? His Royal Highness, His Majesty of the Royal Throne Room and Royal Bedroom and Grand Mausoleum with 5 chests, 4 cabinets, 3 weapon racks, and 4 armor stands and 47 owned objects, which actually kind of isn't that much. His spine is bruised. Yeah, no, there's multiple Stones. We got Stone and Hobo. Totally different people. Trust me. Trust me. So I'm going to be babysitting the store for a little bit. Noid caught in the rain. Blissful rememberings. Like, you're getting all the good remembering moods, so that's a good start to be at. I'm going to need more eyes. Just get another 12 or so. Oh God, that's a terrifying image, Hobo. You guys scare me. You know that? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No questions. At least he's in the hospital. Gonna need it. You know, we very much have the North Korea approach to criminals. It's like, commit a crime, fucking beat their head in. And the head, literally the last punch. Punches the leatherwork in the head with his left hand, bruising the muscle and jamming the skull through the brain. No! No! I'm sorry, Stone.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Poor Scrumpet. It's raining. That's not even a hammerer. That's literally just a captain of the guard. He doesn't have a hammer. He's just punching people's head through their skull. Through their skull. All of my dwarves are like this, though. That's the problem. They're all too strong. It's from all the boulders we have to haul. Statue of Jackie, by the way, is an exceptionally designed image of Jackie. Throne blockade. The dwarf and dwarves. In iron by Eric Shadowblade. Jackie is surrounded by the dwarves. The arc relates to the appointment of the dwarf Jackie to the position of militia captain of the Eternal Adventure of Time in the year 65. I'm so legitimately bummed that that poor fucking dwarf died. Like, I can't even. I'm gonna go take a quick toilet break. I will be back in a minute. All right. Apparently Bandcamp has an article about drone. Of course you may link it in chat.
Whoa, dude, fuck yeah, dude. This is fucking sick. Hell yeah. Woo!
Humans are here to trade. Yeah, it's not something I'd be able to look at right now. Like, at all. So if you actually want me to see it or look at it, post it in Discord and music chat. Fuck you, Robbit. Robbit's good. I don't know why you're cussing out the poor Robbit. Yeah, we have no rules about links in chat. Just, if you post something that breaks Twitch's terms, you'll never post in my chat again, let alone a link. So just, you know, don't post pornography. Don't link a YouTube channel and go, so sub to my YouTube. Don't link a stream channel and say, watch me instead. And we're all friends. It's basically it. Like, I almost don't even have moderators in this chat because I almost don't need them. But Yeah, I mean, a combination of the two is best because then people can go look at it right now and I can skim it. And I can look at it on Discord later. I'm so sad that Stone died. I mean, eh. It looks good on you, though, King. I mean, if you prefer a VIP badge, I could give you that, too. But, I don't know. You've earned it, frankly. I mean, I can post political memes and not have to ban people in my chat, which is pretty cool, in my opinion. I mean, literally all I need mods to do is just say hello and be nice to people. That's it. Or just be stoner memers. One of the two. Whatever you guys prefer. And I'm pretty sure I know what most of my mods are. My mods are either extreme lurkers or baked memers. One of the two. And there's like no in between. I wonder how many of those I already listened to. Frackle!
Crip beer.
Thanks for 21 months. Cheers. Good to have you back. Hope you've been good. Hope your streams have been good. Things have been well. Cheers, friend. Been pretty good. Good to hear. Hope you've been holding up well in the year of the shit, aka 2020. Although the neat thing about 2 dwarves dying is it means we'll get 2 more new dwarves surviving. Yeah, hanging in there, doing your best. Know how that goes. It's all I think any of us have been doing, really. Request trader. But I think pretty soon here we're actually going to switch games. Because I want to play some of that new FPS thing. And I think plan for today actually is after stream. Gonna do the, you know, nap and then come back and do a night stream tonight, I think. Because I had a weird broken sleep last night because of a meeting. So if I nap and then come back, I'll be able to get a couple more hours in later tonight. Play some more Brogue, try and get a win in. Besides, I don't know about you guys, but I've been kind of liking the nighttime trading. Also, for those of you who missed what I just did, I literally just sold all of the clothing that dwarf that just died, unfortunately, left. But yeah, Frackle, over here we've just been functioning, and thank you so much for keeping that sub up, by the way. Like, it's those subs that stick around for the long haul that give me stability in my day-to-day, you know? Combination of that and Amazon Prime and just everybody else supporting from all the other angles as well. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for people. Sneak around and lurk sometimes. Cheers. I know, like, I kind of almost feel bad, but at the same time don't, because, like, My channel has changed a shit ton in the last like 20 months, right? And for the people who like have been subbed for like 30 plus months or like even in the high 20s, it's like I look at that and I'm like, I hope I'm still providing content that you enjoy, you know? Kind of waiting for one of those turkeys to lay an egg so I can forbid it. You enjoy my content and style? Cheers. Well, hopefully it'll get easier once Steam comes out for people. But for whatever it's worth, this is a money link, FYI, so ads and hashtags and bullshit. But probably in about a little bit here, swapping over to that game. Yeah, well, I mean, this is a tile set, but there's going to be an official one. Which, I don't know if I'm going to use it for an extended period of time, but I will certainly be using that version of the game. The UX is going to be much more readable, too. Hopefully, the added functionality of that tile set will allow modded tile sets to also be easier to use. Or easier to view, rather. Hopefully. Fingers crossed. Like the, that's Steam. Like, I got kind of my problems with the way those ramps look, but... Although this one is very much an early mock-up. Not really representative of what it looks like now. This is the recent one. I actually like the way vanilla NetHack looks much more than the tile sets. Yeah, but like, I find the NetHack tile set to be harder to follow than vanilla, but I guess I'm also just a weirdo. Just past 100 hours? It's a lot of hours, Skate Nerd. My goddamn hours, let me tell you. Let's see how Picture Point is doing. Pretty happy. Still clumsy and flimsy, but no longer incredibly weak. He's learning. Good to see. Yes, certainly. Certainly expands a game's reach. And trust me, I hope that DF's reach expands. Because for greedy reasons, it would help me a lot. If all of a sudden DF became super popular. Let's make 10 iron spears. How much charcoal do I have right now? 71? Okay, I'm going to need to... make another 100 charcoal. And let's also do this. Just I still have plenty of soap. Make 10 silver coins. What else do I need to do? Yeah, I don't know. I hope that DF gets the recognition that it bloody well deserves. merchants have gone on their journey. Goodbye, humans. Also, it's nice to actually be trading with both the humans every time again. 3 more years until I release the save file for this game so far. That's going to be interesting. There we go. We got dwarves working. Metal industry is up in full swing now. Sethatos is forging iron spears. Uneasy about a lot of things, but overall, doing okay. I mean, I can't say I've ever been there because I never use emoji. Well, almost. I use like smileys, but that's like it. I've never been a big emoji person. It'd be really nice if I could automatically claim or not claim eggs. Is there an order thing in there that I'm missing? I don't think there is. So if I send you a DM, Gimper, and you respond with one emoji, it's like you saying, "Fuck you, I don't care," is how I read that. And I also couldn't even be asked to write a sentence to say "fuck you, I don't care." And that's why I don't use emojis all that often if I can avoid it. Finish them iron spears and Hobo's happy. You care enough to let you know that you read it, but not enough to respond? That's almost worse. IMO. Almost worse. Getting dive bombed by great horned owls. You had a great time last night and can no longer walk? I don't know. I don't know. I personally greatly dislike emoji as a sole form of response. I've never really liked emoji. I know a lot of people who really like emoji. This is my get off my lawn thing. I've never really adopted emoji in a meaningful way. To the point where I actually find people who use a ton of emoji. Like, if I'm talking with you and you use a ton of emoji, I immediately get this weird feeling of distrust, and it's hard to explain. It's like speaking with a psychopath. It's like to me, it makes you feel vain, right? Like, Twitch chat's different. Like, using Twitch chat and Twitch emotes specifically to convey emotions is one thing. And memeing in Twitch chat's another thing. But if I'm texting you or DMing somebody and they use a shit ton of emoji, it actually triggers a fight or flight response that I can't fully describe. And I don't know why. But, on that note, hello, Cappy. You're euphoric due to inebriation. Did you know that, Cappy? Sure. I mean, if it's an in-joke, then that's totally fine. You're 6 years old, growing up so fast. You even have decent clothing, too. In the early days of this fort, old clothing was like the main source of child depression in dwarves. It was kind of a problem, not gonna lie. Kind of a problem. And Picture Point really likes the military. 12 years old, used to be having a blast. Very happy remembering mastering observation, satisfied remembering learning about wrestling, pleasure remembering putting on an exceptional item. Doesn't have a spear equipped for some reason. See, thumbs up I'm okay with. Thumbs up is one of the few emojis I'm okay with. Just, yep, that... You remember when you first stumbled on or was introduced to clothing breaking due to use? You didn't have the industry set up? Yeah, when clothes start rotting off of your dwarves' bodies, you know that you have a problem that you need to fix stat. But yeah, no, today was pretty productive. Especially with the fact that we got another unicorn in the fort. Now I just need to get me a boy unicorn before this one dies of old age. And then we gotta start breeding unicorns. Because what's cuter than little baby unicorns? Or as we agreed earlier in this fortress, a baby unicorn is called a punicorn. Because there's unicorns and then punicorns. Did I fix the pasture? Yes. Look at it now. It's beautiful. I mean, probably reshape it a little bit, but look at it. It's beautiful. That being said, though, we've been streaming for about 5 hours of DF. And I have a new game to check out today. By that, I mean a game that I actually checked out last night and decided I really wanted to play on stream. So I think we're going to jump games now. If you're here specifically for Dwarf Fortress and you're piecing out, I understand. Okay, first and foremost, I understand. I recommend Useroom or one of the other fantastic channels like Xylosaur down at the bottom of that are playing DF right now. But we're gonna go play a new game. A game that literally came out today. I know, right? Weird. But if you are piecing out, thank you for hanging out. If you're sticking around, can I get a round of beers and chat?